What if I told you that one of the darkest chapters in human history wasn't just a war, but a carefully engineered plan of extermination? A plan so secret, so systematic, that millions vanished into silence while the world looked the other way. This was not chaos, it was calculated. This was not random, it was designed. Tonight, we open the hidden pages of a blueprint for destruction, known as the final solution. What was it? How was it carried out? And why does it still echo as a warning for our future? Join me as we peel back the layers of deception, power, and horror in this chilling series, because understanding the past is the only way to protect our tomorrow. Welcome to Historic Feed, your window into the untold stories of history. If you find this journey important, make sure to hit that subscribe button, like the video, and share it with others who need to know this story. And I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Tell me where you're watching from and what topic you'd like us to uncover next. Together, we're building a community that keeps history alive, one story at a time. Chapter 1: Shadows of a Dark Vision. The roots of anti-Semitism in Europe, the story of the final solution, did not begin in the 20th century, nor did it begin with Adolf Hitler or the Nazi Party. Its origins stretch back through centuries of European history, where prejudice against Jewish communities was slowly shaped into a cultural pattern. To understand the tragic machinery that unfolded during the Second World War, one must first step into the long shadows of Europe's past, where myths, fears, and misunderstandings combined to form an environment in which hatred could grow unchecked. In medieval Europe, Jewish communities were often outsiders, not because they chose to be, but because they were made to live apart. Restrictions placed upon them by kings, popes, and local lords prevented them from blending fully into the wider societies where they lived. They were frequently barred from owning land, joining guilds, or holding political power. As a result, they often turned to professions that were open to them: trade, commerce, moneylending. In Christian Europe, where religious teachings frowned upon lending money with interest, Jews became associated with finance and debt. Over time, this practical necessity became twisted into a stereotype of greed and exploitation, a false image that would haunt Jewish communities for generations. Accusations and suspicions became part of the cultural landscape. In times of crisis, Jewish populations were often blamed. During the Black Death of the 14th century, when plague swept across Europe and killed millions, entire communities were massacred after rumors spread that Jews had poisoned wells. These beliefs were rooted in fear, not evidence, but fear was often more powerful than truth. Pogroms, organized attacks on Jewish communities, became almost a pattern in European life. They flared up during wars, famines, and moments of political instability, reminding Jews that their place in society was precarious. Religion, too, played a significant role. Christian teachings in the Middle Ages frequently portrayed Jews as the killers of Christ, a dangerous accusation that encouraged hostility. Theological disputes framed Jews as stubborn, unwilling to accept the Christian message, and therefore deserving of suspicion. Over centuries, this belief evolved into a cultural bias. Art, literature, and sermons repeated the same images: the Jew as a stranger, an outsider, sometimes even a villain. These stories, retold generation after generation, sank into the collective memory of Europe by the time the modern era arrived. Prejudice had already left deep marks. But in the 19th century, a new force added to the old hostility: nationalism. As European nations defined themselves through language, culture, and ethnicity, Jews were again cast as outsiders. They were accused of being cosmopolitans, people without loyalty to any nation, or worse, of secretly controlling governments and economies from the shadows. These accusations were not based on reality, but on a growing fear of change. The 19th century was an age of upheaval, industrial revolutions, the rise of mass politics, and the struggle of nations to find their place in the modern world. In these storms, Jewish communities became a convenient scapegoat. The word anti-Semitism itself was born in this period. It was coined in Germany in the late 1800s, not as a religious term, but as a racial one. For the first time, hostility toward Jews was framed not as a matter of belief, but as something biological, unchangeable, and inherited. A Jew, according to this view, could not stop being a Jew even if they converted to Christianity or abandoned their traditions. This shift marked a turning point. Prejudice had moved from the sphere of religion and culture into the realm of supposed science. Pseudoscientific theories about race spread through Europe. Writers and thinkers, using the language of biology and evolution, claimed that humanity was divided into distinct races, some superior, others inferior. Jews were placed low in these hierarchies, portrayed as corrupting influences on the so-called purity of nations. Such ideas gained traction, not only among fringe extremists, but also among influential political movements. Newspapers, pamphlets, and books spread conspiracy theories that accused Jews of plotting world domination. One of the most infamous examples, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, was a forgery created in Tsarist Russia in the early 20th century. It claimed to reveal a secret Jewish plan to control the world. Though proven false, it circulated widely, convincing many that Jews were dangerous enemies lurking within society. These poisonous ideas found fertile ground in Germany. Before the First World War, German Jews had been among the most integrated in Europe. They contributed greatly to science, philosophy, art, and commerce. Many saw themselves as Germans first and Jews second. Yet, when Germany was defeated in 1918, new myths arose to explain the loss. One of the most destructive was the stab-in-the-back legend, the belief that Germany had not been defeated on the battlefield but betrayed from within. Politicians, communists, and especially Jews were blamed for the surrender and the hardships that followed. The Treaty of Versailles, which imposed heavy reparations on Germany, deepened this sense of humiliation and provided fertile soil for resentment. Economic instability followed. The early 1920s saw hyperinflation devastate the German economy, wiping out the savings of middle-class families. Later, the Great Depression of the 1930s plunged millions into poverty and unemployment. In such times, people searched for explanations, and demagogues offered simple answers. Jews became a symbol of everything that seemed threatening: financial collapse, political unrest, and cultural change. Adolf Hitler was not the first to exploit these prejudices, but he became the most effective. His personal hatred of Jews combined with the long traditions of European anti-Semitism and the specific frustrations of post-war Germany. In his book Mein Kampf, written in the 1920s, he wove together centuries of stereotypes with modern racial theories, creating a vision of Jews not just as enemies of Germany, but as enemies of humanity itself. He claimed they were responsible for both capitalism and communism, portraying them as puppet masters of every ideology. To Hitler, destroying Jewish influence was not just politics, it was destiny. Yet, it is important to understand that Hitler's words would not have resonated so deeply if they had not echoed beliefs already present in society. The groundwork had been laid over centuries. Suspicion had hardened into prejudice, prejudice into hatred, and hatred into ideology. What the Nazis did was not create these ideas from nothing, but take them to an unprecedented extreme, transforming ancient hostilities into a state policy of extermination. This is where the story of the final solution begins, not with gas chambers or concentration camps, but with centuries of myth, fear, and misunderstanding. To grasp how the unthinkable became reality, one must see the layers of history that made it possible. The tragedy of the 20th century was not born overnight. It was prepared in silence, in sermons, in books, in conversations around dinner tables, in whispers passed down from one generation to another. Only when all these shadows came together under a regime willing to act upon them did they become the darkest vision in human history. As the 20th century dawned, Europe stood at a crossroads between progress and prejudice. Scientific discoveries, advances in technology, and cultural flourishing promised a modern world shaped by reason and enlightenment. Yet beneath these bright horizons lay the old shadows of suspicion and hostility, shadows that had never been erased. For Jewish communities across Europe, modernity brought both new opportunities and new dangers that in countries like France, Britain, and Germany, emancipation had gradually opened doors that had long been closed. Jews began to enter universities, professions, and public life. Many embraced the ideals of citizenship, seeing themselves not as outsiders, but as part of the national fabric. Some became leading figures in literature, medicine, philosophy, and business. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that centuries of exclusion could finally give way to integration, but progress often triggered backlash. The more visible Jews became in society, the more conspiracy theories grew. In France, the Dreyfus Affair of the 1890s exposed the depth of anti-Semitism even in a country that prided itself on liberty and equality. Captain Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish officer in the French army, was falsely accused of treason. Despite evidence of his innocence, he was convicted and humiliated, while mobs shouted for his punishment. The case divided France, with some defending justice and others demanding his blood. Though Dreyfus was eventually exonerated, the affair left behind a bitter truth. Prejudice was not fading. It was adapting in the Russian Empire. Life was even harsher. Jews were confined to a region known as the Pale of Settlement, where poverty and overcrowding were common. Pogroms erupted regularly, sometimes encouraged by local authorities, leaving death and destruction in their wake. For many, the dream of safety lay elsewhere. Waves of Jewish immigration carried families to the United States, Britain, and other lands where they hoped to build new lives free from persecution. Yet even in new homelands, whispers of old prejudices followed. Meanwhile, intellectual currents in Europe were reshaping old hatreds into modern forms. Nationalist movements emphasized blood, soil, and heritage as the defining traits of belonging. To belong to a nation was no longer simply to share its culture or language, it was to share its ancestry. This was a dangerous shift, for it meant that no matter how much Jews assimilated, spoke the local tongue, or contributed to the community, they could still be branded as foreign. The logic of race was merciless. One could not change one's blood. It was in this climate that Adolf Hitler's ideas began to take shape. Born in Austria in 1889, Hitler grew up in a society where anti-Semitic rhetoric was common in politics and everyday conversation. Figures like Karl Lueger, the mayor of Vienna, had shown how hatred of Jews could be a powerful tool for winning elections. Hitler absorbed these lessons. He was not a thinker who invented new theories, but a man who collected and sharpened existing prejudices into a weapon. His later speeches echoed the fears of the age, but with a new intensity that transformed them into a call for action. World War I accelerated the process. For Germany and Austria-Hungary, the war was a catastrophe, ending in defeat, revolution, and social chaos. Veterans like Hitler returned to societies that seemed unrecognizable. Economic collapse, political struggles between left and right, and the burden of reparations under the Treaty of Versailles created a climate of despair. Amid this turmoil, the idea that Jews had undermined the war effort took root. Though Jews had fought and died for Germany like other citizens, the myth of betrayal was stronger than the truth. Anti-Semitism became a tool for making sense of a world in crisis. Complex problems, economic inflation, unemployment, the rise of communism, the collapse of monarchy, were all explained through a single lens: the supposed conspiracy of Jews. It was a seductive explanation because it offered clarity in a time of confusion. Instead of facing the messy realities of global politics and economics, people were encouraged to see a hidden enemy orchestrating their misfortunes. This way of thinking was not unique to Germany. Across Europe, similar patterns unfolded. In Poland, Hungary, and Romania, anti-Semitic parties gained influence, using resentment to mobilize crowds. In Britain and France, conspiracy theories circulated in newspapers and pamphlets, blaming Jews for both capitalism and socialism. It was a contradiction, but contradictions rarely stopped prejudice. To those who hated, Jews were always guilty, regardless of the accusation. What made Germany's case unique was the fusion of these old hostilities with the trauma of national defeat. When Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power in 1933, they inherited not just a country in crisis, but also a reservoir of prejudice waiting to be exploited. They drew upon myths that stretched back centuries, weaving them into the fabric of their ideology. Anti-Semitism was not presented as a personal opinion, but as a scientific truth, a natural law. Nazi propaganda repeated this message endlessly, teaching children in schools, broadcasting it on radios, printing it in newspapers, and etching it into the culture. This transformation, from prejudice to policy, was the foundation upon which the later horrors were built. The final solution could not have been imagined in a world without centuries of anti-Semitism, nor could it have been carried out without the willingness of ordinary people to believe the lies they had been told since childhood. By the time Nazi leaders began to design systematic extermination, they were not planting hatred in fresh soil. They were harvesting what history had long prepared. The roots of the final solution, then, lie not only in the minds of dictators, but in the silence of societies that allowed prejudice to become tradition. They lie in the sermons that taught suspicion, in the books that spread myths, in the laws that segregated communities, and in the fears that made people seek simple enemies for complex problems. When we look back at the 20th century, it is tempting to see the Holocaust as a singular eruption of evil, something that appeared suddenly and without warning. But the truth is more unsettling. It was not sudden. It was centuries in the making. The machinery of genocide was modern, but the hatred that fueled it was ancient. This chapter, then, is not about events that happened only in one country or one decade. It is about the long story of how prejudice evolves, how myths take root, and how societies fail to confront their darkest instincts. To understand the final solution, we must first understand that it was the culmination of a long history of shadows that stretched across Europe and across centuries. Only in these shadows could the Nazi vision take form, and so the stage was set. When Hitler came to power in 1933, he did not invent anti-Semitism. He inherited it, nurtured it, and transformed it into state doctrine. The story that follows, the ghettos, the camps, the deportations, would have been unthinkable without this history. Before the darkness of the final solution could fall, the shadows of a dark vision had already been cast across the European landscape. Chapter 2: From Prejudice to Policy: How Hate Became Law. When Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party seized power in January 1933, Germany stood at a critical moment in history. The country was battered by years of political instability, economic collapse, and a loss of national pride after the First World War. Many Germans longed for order, direction, and a leader who could restore their sense of purpose. In this climate, Hitler's promises of revival found a receptive audience. Yet beneath his pledges of national renewal lay a darker vision, one that would transform centuries of prejudice into the rigid framework of state law. The Nazis understood something fundamental about power. It was not enough to rely on hatred whispered in private or shouted in the streets. To truly change society, prejudice had to be codified, structured, and enforced by the state. This process, slow at first but accelerating with terrifying speed, turned old biases into legal reality. It is here that the final solution began to take shape, not in death camps, but in laws, decrees, and bureaucratic papers that stripped an entire people of their rights. In the early days of the Nazi regime, anti-Semitism was expressed through violence in the streets. Brown-shirt stormtroopers, members of the SA, organized boycotts of Jewish businesses, painted graffiti on shop windows, and harassed Jewish citizens. On April 1, 1933, less than 3 months after Hitler became chancellor, the Nazis staged a nationwide boycott of Jewish-owned shops, doctors, and lawyers. Uniformed men stood outside businesses holding signs warning Germans not to buy from Jews. The boycott was short-lived and unevenly enforced, but its symbolism was powerful. It was the first public test of Nazi anti-Semitic policy, a signal to both Jews and non-Jews that the rules of society were changing. From there, the assault moved into the realm of law. The Nazis passed the Law for the Restoration of the Professional Civil Service in April 1933, one of the first legal steps in excluding Jews from public life. Jewish teachers, judges, government workers, and university professors were dismissed from their positions. These were not just symbolic figures. They were people who had dedicated their lives to serving their communities and country. Overnight, their careers ended, their livelihoods stripped away not because of anything they had done, but because of who they were. This was only the beginning. One by one, new laws targeted Jews, excluding them from medicine, journalism, the arts, and other professions. Jewish authors found their books banned and burned in public squares. Jewish doctors saw their patients taken away. Jewish lawyers were disbarred. In each case, the law was wielded not as a shield of justice, but as a weapon of exclusion. For many Germans, these measures may have seemed distant, affecting only their Jewish neighbors. Yet the significance was immense. When prejudice becomes law, it changes the very nature of society. It sends a message that discrimination is not merely tolerated but endorsed by the state. It gives official legitimacy to hatred. And it sets the stage for far more radical steps to come. The Nazis also reshaped daily life through propaganda. Newspapers like Der Stürmer, run by Julius Streicher, spread venomous caricatures and lies about Jews, portraying them as dangerous, corrupt, and subhuman. School textbooks were rewritten to reflect racial ideology. Children were taught to see Jews not as classmates or neighbors, but as enemies of the nation. Posters, films, and radio broadcasts carried the same message. Jews were different, inferior, and undeserving of belonging. Propaganda worked hand in hand with law, creating a culture in which persecution seemed normal. The turning point came in 1935 with the passage of the Nuremberg Laws. Introduced at the Nazi Party's annual rally in Nuremberg, these laws defined who was considered a Jew and stripped Jews of German citizenship. They forbade marriage or sexual relations between Jews and so-called Aryans, enforcing a strict separation of communities. What made the laws particularly devastating was their precision. Bureaucrats pored over family trees and ancestry records, reducing human beings to fractions: half-Jews, quarter-Jews, Mischlinch. These classifications were not only humiliating but also dangerous, as they determined whether someone could keep their job, marry the person they loved, or even remain safe. The Nuremberg laws revealed the Nazi obsession with race as the cornerstone of their ideology. Unlike earlier prejudices, which might have been overcome by conversion or assimilation, Nazi racial policy declared that Jewish identity was biological and permanent. A person's blood, not their beliefs, determined their fate. Even if a family had lived in Germany for centuries, served in its armies, and contributed to its culture, they could now be branded as outsiders overnight. Life under these laws became a daily struggle for Jewish families. Businesses once thriving were forced to close or sell under duress. Schools expelled Jewish children. Parks, theaters, and public spaces posted signs, "No Jews allowed." Each restriction isolated Jews further, cutting them off from their neighbors and the world around them. By 1938, Jews had been excluded from nearly every corner of German public life. The violence that had once been sporadic now escalated under state supervision. On November 9th to 10th, 1938, the regime unleashed a wave of terror remembered as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass. Synagogues were burned, Jewish businesses smashed, cemeteries desecrated, and thousands of Jews arrested and sent to concentration camps. Though the violence shocked some observers, it was not spontaneous. It was orchestrated by the Nazi leadership as a demonstration of power. The broken windows glittering in the streets were more than shards of glass. They were symbols of shattered security, shattered belonging, and shattered illusions that Jews might still find safety in Germany. Kristallnacht marked a new phase in Nazi policy. Up until then, many Jews still hoped that things might improve, that persecution might one day ease. But after 1938, it became clear that there was no future for Jews in the Reich. The regime's goals had shifted from exclusion to expulsion, and soon, from expulsion to annihilation. The world, too, watched uneasily. Some foreign governments condemned the violence, but few opened their borders to Jewish refugees. Ships carrying desperate families were turned away from ports. Doors remained closed. For those trapped in Germany and Austria, the options grew narrower with each passing day. What is striking about this period is how ordinary the machinery of persecution appeared. It did not begin with soldiers in camps, but with clerks stamping papers, teachers rewriting lessons, police enforcing new rules, and judges upholding unjust laws. The bureaucracy of the state became the engine of discrimination. The cruelty was wrapped in legal language and administrative forms, giving it an appearance of order. But behind that order lay destruction. This stage of history shows us how hatred can be normalized. By the late 1930s, millions of Germans had become accustomed to a society in which their Jewish neighbors disappeared from workplaces, schools, and shops. Some welcomed these changes, others looked away. A few resisted, but most accepted the new reality. It is a reminder of how easily human beings adapt, even to injustice. When it is presented as law and tradition as Europe moved toward war, the Nazis prepared to expand their racial policies beyond Germany's borders. What began as prejudice turned into policy, and what became policy would soon transform into a plan for destruction. By the late 1930s, Germany had become a nation where anti-Semitism was not merely an attitude, but the very framework of daily life. The Nazis had succeeded in turning centuries of prejudice into a meticulously organized system of law and control. What makes this transformation particularly chilling is how it unfolded gradually, step by step, with each law tightening the noose until Jewish life became almost impossible. Looking back, it is tempting to see a straight path from discrimination to genocide, but in reality, the process was made up of countless small measures that accumulated into catastrophe. For many Jewish families, the years after 1935 brought a suffocating sense of isolation. At first, they were barred from certain professions. Then they were excluded from public spaces. Finally, they were forbidden to marry or even associate closely with non-Jewish Germans. Each new law chipped away at their ability to live ordinary lives, to go shopping, to attend school, to practice a profession, to walk freely in a park. Things that most citizens took for granted were slowly taken away. The Nazi state did not need to imprison every Jew immediately. It created a prison without walls, built from regulations and fear. The economic dimension of this persecution was particularly devastating. Jewish-owned businesses, once integral to the German economy, were systematically targeted. At first, boycotts discouraged customers. Later, laws forced Jews to sell their businesses at artificially low prices to Aryan Germans. This process, known as Aryanization, transferred vast amounts of wealth from Jewish families to their non-Jewish counterparts, often enriching Nazi loyalists. What had once been a thriving Jewish middle class was reduced to poverty in just a few years. These changes also reshaped relationships between Jews and their neighbors. In towns and villages, Jewish shops that had served communities for generations disappeared. Long-standing friendships grew strained as propaganda poisoned perceptions. For some Germans, buying a Jewish product or maintaining contact with Jewish friends became risky, as they feared being denounced. The Nazi regime relied not only on laws and police, but also on social pressure, encouraging ordinary citizens to become informants. The walls of exclusion were not only legal, they were cultural, reinforced by silence and complicity. Meanwhile, Nazi ideology worked to justify every step of this process. Hitler and his followers presented their measures not as cruelty, but as necessary defense. They claimed that Germany was under threat from Jewish influence, that Jews were corrupting the nation's morals, finances, and politics. By framing persecution as protection, the regime sought to make its policies seem rational. Many Germans accepted this explanation, especially when it promised stability after years of chaos. The loss of Jewish rights became a price that society was willing, or at least willing enough, to pay. The international response to this growing persecution was hesitant at best. Reports of Nazi policies reached other countries, but reactions were limited. In 1938, representatives from dozens of nations met at the Evian Conference to discuss the plight of Jewish refugees fleeing Germany and Austria. Speeches were made, sympathy was expressed, but when it came to concrete action, most countries closed their doors. Only a handful agreed to accept small numbers of refugees. For Jews desperate to escape, the conference was a devastating blow. It showed that while the world might disapprove of Nazi policies, few were willing to offer real refuge. The Nazis took note of this indifference. If other nations were unwilling to intervene, it meant they had a freer hand to escalate their plans. The year 1938 also brought one of the darkest turning points before the war. In March, Germany annexed Austria in what was called the Anschluss. Almost overnight, Austrian Jews found themselves subjected to the full force of Nazi policy. Crowds humiliated Jewish citizens in the streets, forcing them to scrub sidewalks while onlookers jeered. Businesses were confiscated, homes seized, and families torn from their communities. The Anschluss demonstrated how quickly the Nazi system of persecution could be exported and enforced beyond Germany's original borders. Then came Kristallnacht in November, a carefully orchestrated wave of terror disguised as spontaneous outrage. The pretext was the assassination of a German diplomat in Paris by a young Polish Jew. The Nazis seized this moment to unleash violence on an unprecedented scale. Synagogues were burned in nearly every German city. Jewish homes and shops were smashed. Cemeteries were desecrated. Firefighters were ordered to let synagogues burn, but to ensure that neighboring Aryan properties were not harmed. Around 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and sent to concentration camps, where many were beaten, tortured, or killed. Kristallnacht shattered any remaining illusion that Jews could find security in the Reich. For many, it was the moment when hope turned to despair. The glass that littered the streets was more than broken windows. It was the sound of a society breaking apart, with neighbors turning against neighbors and the state openly embracing violence. After this night, Jewish life in Germany was no longer merely restricted. It was under direct attack. What followed was an even tighter web of restrictions. Jews were required to carry identification cards stamped with a large J. Passports were marked to prevent immigration without approval. Jewish children were expelled from public schools. Curfews limited movement, and new laws prohibited Jews from owning radios, typewriters, or even pets. Each rule might seem minor on its own, but together they created an environment of suffocating control. The Nazi regime was perfecting its ability to regulate every aspect of Jewish existence. It is important to recognize how methodical this process was. The Nazi government did not rush directly to extermination. Instead, it built layer upon layer of exclusion, testing the boundaries of what society would accept. Each step prepared the way for the next. When Jews were barred from civil service, many Germans did not object. When they were excluded from professions, most still remained silent. When their businesses were confiscated, there was little protest. By the time Jews were being sent to camps, the groundwork had been so firmly laid that resistance seemed nearly impossible. This incremental path also demonstrates how dangerous the law can become when it is stripped of morality. In Nazi Germany, the law did not protect the weak, it empowered the strong. It did not serve justice, it enforced ideology. Judges and bureaucrats, rather than standing against injustice, became instruments of it. In many cases, ordinary officials carried out discriminatory policies not out of personal hatred, but because it was their job. Paperwork, files, and stamps became tools of persecution, turning ordinary desks into gateways to suffering. By the outbreak of war in 1939, Jewish life in Germany had been reduced to a fragile existence on the margins. Families who had once lived securely in cities like Berlin, Frankfurt, and Vienna now faced poverty, exclusion, and constant fear. Emigration was still possible for some, but with few countries willing to accept Jewish refugees, options were scarce. Many clung to the hope that survival was still possible, that the storm might pass. They could not yet imagine the scale of what was coming. As the 1930s came to a close, the world stood on the brink of war. For Jews in Germany and Austria, the danger was already undeniable. Yet even then, few could imagine the scale of destruction that awaited. The laws had prepared the ground, the propaganda had shaped the mindset, and the violence of Kristallnacht had revealed the regime's readiness to act. The next step would come not in peacetime discrimination, but in the chaos of global conflict. In the fires of war, the final solution would be forged. Chapter 3: A Nation Under Dictatorship, Hitler's Rise and the Nazi State. When Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933, it was not yet obvious to the world how profoundly the nation, and the world, would be changed. To many, Hitler appeared as just another political figure in a country that had seen countless parties rise and fall in the turbulent years of the Weimar Republic. But behind his ascension lay years of careful maneuvering, social unrest, and a growing appetite for authoritarian solutions. The transformation of Germany from a fragile democracy into a dictatorship was not a sudden coup, but a process that unfolded through legal measures, propaganda, intimidation, and the willing participation of millions. The Weimar Republic, born from the ruins of the First World War, was a state constantly fighting for legitimacy. Its democratic institutions were young and fragile, struggling to balance competing political ideologies and economic crises. Inflation in the early 1920s had devastated the middle class. The Great Depression later left millions unemployed, fueling discontent. Political violence between left-wing communists and right-wing nationalists turned the streets into battlegrounds. In such chaos, the promise of stability became alluring. Many Germans yearned not for democracy, but for strength. Hitler understood this longing. He presented himself not as a politician among many, but as a savior who could restore order and pride. His speeches were filled with promises of national revival, unity, and purpose. He spoke to the grievances of veterans, workers, and the unemployed, offering a simple explanation for complex problems. Germany's suffering was the result of betrayal, foreign humiliation, and Jewish influence. By framing every hardship as part of a larger conspiracy, he gave anger a target and despair a direction. Yet Hitler's rise was not inevitable. His party, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, had struggled for years to gain traction. In the 1920s, it was dismissed by many as a fringe movement. But the economic collapse after 1929 changed everything. Suddenly, Nazi promises of renewal and strength resonated with millions. In elections, the party grew from obscurity to become one of the largest in the Reichstag. Still, Hitler never achieved an outright majority. His appointment as chancellor in 1933 was not the result of overwhelming public demand, but of political calculation. Conservative elites believed they could control him, using his popularity to stabilize the government while keeping real power in their own hands. This miscalculation would prove disastrous. Once in office, Hitler wasted no time consolidating authority. He exploited a national crisis, the Reichstag fire of February 1933, to justify sweeping emergency powers. The Reichstag fire decree suspended civil liberties, allowing the regime to arrest political opponents without trial, censor the press, and restrict freedom of assembly. Communists and socialists were among the first targets, with thousands imprisoned or driven underground. The atmosphere of fear grew quickly as neighbors watched neighbors disappear into police custody. The March 1933 elections, held in this climate of intimidation, gave the Nazis greater influence, but still not a majority. Yet through alliances and pressure, Hitler secured the passage of the Enabling Act, one of the most consequential laws in German history. Passed in a charged session of the Reichstag surrounded by Nazi stormtroopers, the act gave Hitler's cabinet the power to enact laws without parliamentary approval. In effect, it dismantled the democratic system from within. What had been a republic became a dictatorship through legal means. From that moment, the Nazi state began to reshape Germany in its own image. Opposition parties were banned or dissolved. Trade unions were abolished and replaced with the German Labor Front, controlled by the regime. Regional governments were brought under central control, ensuring that no pocket of resistance remained. The Gestapo, Hitler's secret police, expanded its reach, cultivating an atmosphere of surveillance and suspicion. Germans soon learned that careless words could lead to arrest, and that silence was often the safest choice. Yet the Nazi state did not rely on fear alone. It also sought to win loyalty through spectacle, propaganda, and the promise of national revival. Joseph Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda, orchestrated a vast campaign to control information. Newspapers, films, radio broadcasts, and posters all carried the same message. Hitler was the nation's savior, the Nazis were its protectors, and Jews and other enemies were its threats. Public rallies, especially the massive gatherings at Nuremberg, created an atmosphere of unity and awe. Torchlight parades, banners, and choreographed crowds gave ordinary Germans the sense that they were part of something larger than themselves, part of a national rebirth. For many, the regime seemed to deliver results. Economic recovery, aided by public works projects and rearmament, reduced unemployment. Highways, stadiums, and military parades showcased progress. While the prosperity was uneven and often built on unsustainable foundations, it gave the impression of renewal after years of despair. This strengthened Hitler's appeal, making it easier for ordinary Germans to overlook or accept the growing persecution of minorities. The Nazi state also cultivated a culture of conformity. Organizations like the Hitler Youth and the League of German Girls indoctrinated children, teaching loyalty to the Führer and devotion to racial ideology. Schools rewrote history, biology, and literature to reflect Nazi values. Even leisure was organized through programs like Strength Through Joy, which provided subsidized holidays and activities for workers, another way to bind the population to the regime. At the same time, the state pursued its racial agenda with increasing vigor. While Jews were the central target, others deemed undesirable were also persecuted. Roma and Sinti people, the disabled, homosexuals, and political dissidents faced discrimination, sterilization, and imprisonment. The regime's obsession with racial purity meant that every aspect of society, from marriage laws to medical practices, was shaped by ideology. What made the Nazi dictatorship particularly effective was its ability to combine coercion with consent. Not every German was a supporter, but many accepted the new reality, either out of fear, hope, or indifference. Some actively embraced the opportunities the regime created, whether in business, careers, or social advancement. Others remained silent, unwilling to risk themselves for the sake of neighbors or colleagues. The dictatorship thrived not only because of its brutality, but also because of the accommodation and participation of millions of ordinary people. By the late 1930s, Hitler's control was absolute. He had neutralized opposition, silenced critics, and turned the machinery of the state into an instrument of ideology. The transformation was remarkable in its speed. Within just a few years, Germany had gone from democracy to dictatorship, from instability to totalitarian control. And at the heart of this transformation was the idea that the state existed not to protect individuals, but to serve the racial destiny imagined by its leader. The consolidation of Nazi power set the stage for everything that followed. Without a dictatorship firmly in place, the policies of persecution and genocide could never have been implemented on such a scale. The final solution was not the work of a few fanatics in secret. It was the product of a system where dictatorship had become law, and where law had been stripped of justice. What had once seemed unthinkable now became possible under the authority of a single man and the apparatus he commanded. By the end of 1933, Germany was no longer the fragile democracy it had been only months earlier. It was now firmly in the grip of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, with institutions restructured to ensure obedience. Yet what made this dictatorship so enduring was not only its brutality, but but also its ability to weave itself into the everyday lives of ordinary citizens. The Nazi state was not a distant power operating in secrecy. It was a presence in the home, in the classroom, in the workplace, and even in leisure. To live in Germany during these years meant to exist under the shadow of the swastika, whether one supported the regime or not. The machinery of control expanded steadily. The Gestapo, secret police tasked with rooting out opposition, became one of the most feared arms of the state. Contrary to the image of an all-seeing, omnipresent force, the Gestapo's power often relied on denunciations by ordinary citizens. Neighbors informed on neighbors, colleagues on colleagues, sometimes out of ideology, sometimes to settle personal scores, and sometimes simply out of fear. The regime encouraged this climate of mistrust, knowing that suspicion itself was a powerful weapon. In such an atmosphere, silence became a form of survival. Alongside repression, the Nazis perfected the art of winning hearts and minds. Propaganda saturated the nation, not only in newspapers and speeches, but in films, theater, radio, and art. Every message reinforced the same themes: Germany's rebirth, the greatness of its leader, the purity of its people, and the danger posed by Jews and other enemies. The power of propaganda lay not only in its reach, but in its repetition. When the same message is heard in school, in the workplace, in social clubs, and in the media, it becomes difficult to imagine an alternative. Children were a central focus of this effort. The Hitler Youth became virtually mandatory, shaping boys into future soldiers and girls into future mothers of the Aryan race. Campfires, uniforms, and rituals gave young people a sense of belonging and purpose, while lessons emphasized loyalty, obedience, and racial ideology. By reaching children early, the regime sought to ensure that its values would outlast the present generation. For many, this indoctrination was powerful. It transformed the Nazi worldview into something that felt natural, almost unquestionable. Education was restructured to reflect the state's ideology. History was rewritten to emphasize German greatness and portray Jews as perpetual outsiders. Biology lessons included racial theory, teaching students to measure skulls and categorize people into hierarchies of worth. Literature and art were censored, with degenerate works removed from classrooms and museums. Even science was not spared, as research was redirected to serve racial and military goals. The result was an education system designed not to foster independent thought, but to create loyal servants of the regime. The state also intruded into private life in ways that blurred the line between the political and the personal. Marriage, for instance, became a matter of racial policy. Laws required couples to prove Aryan ancestry before receiving approval to wed. Families were encouraged to have more children, with incentives for those deemed racially valuable and punishments for those who were not. Women were celebrated as mothers of the nation, their role defined less by choice than by ideology. Men were prepared for war, their identities bound to service and sacrifice. In this way, the Nazi vision of society reached into the most intimate decisions of daily life. Yet, despite its emphasis on conformity, the regime never relied solely on coercion. It also offered rewards. Programs like Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, organized affordable vacations, concerts, and cultural activities for workers. The construction of the Autobahn symbolized progress, while subsidized radios ensured that propaganda reached every household. These initiatives fostered a sense of participation in a national project. Many Germans, especially those who had suffered under unemployment and instability, felt that life had improved. This perception made the dictatorship not only tolerated but, in many cases, embraced at the same time. Dissent was crushed ruthlessly. Political opponents, particularly communists and socialists, were imprisoned in concentration camps such as Dachau, established in 1933. While these early camps were not yet extermination centers, they served as laboratories of repression, places where the regime experimented with methods of control and intimidation. Prisoners endured beatings, forced labor, and humiliation. Their suffering served as a warning to anyone who might consider resistance. The Nazi dictatorship was not merely political. It was cultural, social, and psychological. Its reach extended into the arts, sports, religion, and even leisure. Musicians, actors, and writers who did not conform to the ideology were silenced or driven into exile. Churches faced pressure to align with Nazi values, though some clergy resisted. Sports were used as a showcase for racial pride, culminating in the 1936 Berlin Olympics, where the regime presented a carefully staged image of a strong, modern, and unified Germany. Behind the spectacle, however, the machinery of persecution continued to grind forward. The consolidation of power also had a profoundly militaristic dimension. Hitler believed that Germany's destiny lay in conquest, and from the earliest days of his rule, he began rearming the nation in defiance of the Treaty of Versailles. Military parades, rearmament programs, and the expansion of the Wehrmacht were not just preparations for war, they were symbols of revival. For many Germans, the return of military pride erased the humiliation of defeat in 1918. The dictatorship offered not only stability, but also the promise of restored greatness, a powerful appeal for a nation still haunted by loss. As the 1930s progressed, the line between dictatorship and society blurred completely. To be German was increasingly equated with being Nazi, or at least with participating in the national project. Those who stood apart, Jews, Roma, political dissidents, homosexuals, the disabled, were marked as outsiders, excluded from the community. The concept of Volksgemeinschaft, or people's community, became the ideological glue of the regime. It promised unity, but only for those deemed worthy. For others, it meant exclusion, persecution, and eventually destruction. That be why the time the world edged toward war in 1939, the Nazi dictatorship was fully entrenched. Hitler's authority was absolute, his ideology woven into law, culture, and everyday life. Germany was no longer simply a nation under a leader. It was a society transformed into an instrument of his vision. The transition from democracy to dictatorship had been completed not through a sudden collapse, but through a gradual erosion of freedoms, each step justified as necessary, each measure normalized until resistance seemed impossible. This dictatorship did more than prepare Germany for war. It prepared it for genocide. The final solution could not have been conceived or carried out in a state where law, media, education, and culture were independent. It required a totalitarian system where dissent was silenced, obedience enforced, and ideology infused into every aspect of life. In the Nazi dictatorship, all of these conditions came together. The stage was set for the horrors that would follow, horrors made possible not only by the will of leaders, but by the structures of a society reshaped to serve them. Chapter 4: Segregation and Control. Life for Jews before the war. When the Nazi regime solidified its power in 1933, one of its earliest and most consistent objectives was to reshape society according to its racial worldview. At the center of this vision stood the Jews of Germany. They represented, in the Nazi imagination, not simply a religious or cultural minority, but the embodiment of everything the regime claimed to oppose: weakness, corruption, and the alleged sabotage of the German nation. While anti-Semitism had existed in Europe for centuries, under the Nazis it was transformed from prejudice and hostility into the foundation of state policy. Before the war began, this transformation took the form of segregation, control, and a gradual stripping away of rights that turned Jewish life into a shadow of what it had once been. To understand this transformation, it is important to see what Jewish life in Germany looked like before 1933. Jews had been present in German lands for centuries, often facing persecution, but also experiencing periods of integration and achievement. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Jews were active in nearly every sphere of German society. They were doctors, lawyers, teachers, scientists, artists, and business owners. Some were deeply assimilated, identifying more as Germans of Jewish heritage than as Jews in a religious sense. Others maintained strong cultural and religious traditions, forming vibrant communities with their own schools, synagogues, and social institutions. In the cosmopolitan centers of Berlin, Frankfurt, and Hamburg, Jews played a visible role in cultural and intellectual life. This integration, however, had long provoked resentment among segments of the population. Nationalist groups during the Weimar Republic often portrayed Jews as outsiders who could never truly belong, no matter how assimilated they became. Economic crises fueled conspiracy theories that Jews controlled finance and commerce. Political instability gave rise to claims that Jews were behind communism, liberalism, and internationalism. In this atmosphere, old prejudices were revived and amplified. The Nazis tapped into these resentments, presenting themselves as the movement that would cleanse Germany of what they called the Jewish problem. Once in power, the regime wasted no time. The process of segregation began with boycotts. On April 1, 1933, only weeks after Hitler was appointed chancellor, Nazi officials organized a nationwide boycott of Jewish businesses. Brown-shirt stormtroopers stood outside shops, painting stars of David on windows and intimidating customers. While the boycott was short-lived and met with some resistance, it was a public signal of the direction in which the regime intended to move. For Jews, it was a moment of dread. The state had declared them marked and vulnerable. This was followed by legislation that targeted Jewish participation in public life. The Law for the Restoration of the Professional Civil Service, passed in April 1933, excluded Jews from government jobs, including positions as teachers, judges, and other civil servants. Similar laws barred Jews from practicing law, medicine, and journalism, cutting them off from professions where they had long been prominent. Universities dismissed Jewish professors, and cultural institutions purged Jewish artists and musicians. Step by step, the Jewish presence in German public life was erased. At the same time, propaganda intensified. Newspapers like Der Stürmer, edited by Julius Streicher, spread lurid and dehumanizing caricatures of Jews, portraying them as greedy, dangerous, and corrupt. Posters, films, and speeches reinforced the idea that Jews were parasites living off the German people. This campaign of demonization was not only about justifying discriminatory laws, but also about reshaping the perceptions of ordinary Germans. The more Jews were depicted as alien, the easier it became to accept their exclusion from society. Daily life for Jews grew increasingly restricted. Schools became hostile environments as Jewish children faced harassment from classmates and teachers emboldened by official policy. Shops, cafes, and public spaces put up signs declaring Jews not wanted. Professional associations expelled Jewish members, isolating them from colleagues and networks. Even friendships with non-Jewish Germans grew strained, as people feared being associated with Jews might bring suspicion or reprisal. The sense of belonging that many Jews had once felt in Germany was rapidly eroded. The culmination of this early phase of exclusion came with the Nuremberg Laws of 1935. Announced at the annual Nazi Party rally, these laws codified the racial ideology of the regime into binding legislation. The law for the protection of German blood and honor prohibited marriages and sexual relations between Jews and Aryans, framing such unions as a threat to racial purity. The Reich citizenship law stripped Jews of German citizenship, reducing them to mere subjects of the state without political rights. These laws did not define Jewish identity by religion but by ancestry, marking even those who had converted to Christianity as Jews if they had Jewish grandparents. The Nuremberg laws formalized segregation, drawing clear boundaries between those considered part of the national community and those excluded from it. The impact of these measures on Jewish life was profound. Everyday experiences, marriage, education, employment, travel, became fraught with restrictions. Jewish families were forced to reorganize their lives around what was still permitted. Many withdrew into their own communities, strengthening Jewish schools, cultural associations, and welfare organizations. Yet these efforts were often met with further obstacles. As the regime continued to close down Jewish institutions or bring them under control, the social consequences were equally devastating. Once excluded from the legal definition of the German nation, Jews found themselves increasingly isolated. Friends and neighbors who might once have offered support now kept their distance. For some Germans, anti-Semitic propaganda resonated deeply, confirming prejudices and encouraging hostility. For others, fear of the regime's power discouraged any display of sympathy. The effect was the same. Jews were left to face their growing vulnerability largely alone. For many Jews, immigration became the only hope. Throughout the 1930s, thousands sought to leave Germany, heading to the United States, Palestine, Latin America, or neighboring European countries. Yet immigration was not simple. Other nations often restricted immigration, wary of economic burdens or influenced by their own anti-Semitic sentiments. Those who managed to leave often had to surrender much of their property and wealth to the state before departing. For those who stayed behind, whether by choice or necessity, life grew increasingly precarious. Despite these hardships, many Jews tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. Families gathered for religious holidays, children played in neighborhoods, and communities found ways to support one another. But beneath the surface, fear and uncertainty dominated. Each new law, each new restriction, raised questions about what might come next. The pace of persecution was gradual but relentless, making it difficult to know whether the worst had already arrived or was still to come. This period before the war was crucial in setting the stage for the final solution. The segregation and control imposed on Jews did not yet involve mass killings, but it prepared both the victims and the broader German society for what was to follow. For Jews, it meant years of humiliation, loss, and disorientation, weakening their ability to resist when violence escalated. For Germans, it meant years of normalization, as discrimination and exclusion became everyday realities, dulling the sense of outrage that might once have arisen. By 1939, Jewish life in Germany was a shadow of what it had been only 6 years earlier. Once integrated into the fabric of society, Jews had been pushed to its margins, marked as outsiders, and stripped of rights. The system of segregation and control had succeeded in redefining them, not as neighbors or fellow citizens, but as a separate and unwanted category. The catastrophe that was to follow depended on this transformation. Without it, the machinery of genocide would not have found the acceptance, or at least the passivity, of so many. The late 1930s brought an intensification of the pressures on Jewish life in Germany, and with it, the atmosphere of dread deepened. By this point, segregation and control had not only become official state policy, they had woven themselves into the daily rhythms of existence. The Nazi government, through an unending stream of decrees, reduced Jewish life to a constant negotiation with what was forbidden and what was still possible. These years reveal how a society can gradually strip away the humanity of a group without sudden, dramatic violence, but through a slow tightening of restrictions that left little room for dignity or security. One of the most striking aspects of this period was the relentless pace of legislation. Each month seemed to bring new laws, regulations, or decrees further restricting Jewish participation in society. By 1937 and 1938, Jews were banned from more professions, including medicine, teaching, and business ownership. Licenses and permits were revoked, leaving families without livelihoods. Shops that had survived the earlier boycotts were now Aryanized, transferred forcibly to non-Jewish ownership, often at absurdly low prices. The idea was not only to exclude Jews from economic life, but to ensure their dependence and impoverishment in public spaces. Jews were increasingly visible as marked outsiders. Identity papers carried special stamps, passports bore the letter J, and names were altered to make Jewish identity unmistakable. Men named Heinrich or Wilhelm were compelled to add Israel as a middle name, while women had to add Sarah. These changes might seem bureaucratic on the surface, but they were deeply humiliating, reducing complex individual lives into a single imposed category. For Jews moving through society, every encounter with an official, every document they had to present, reinforced the fact that they were not equals but second-class subjects. Social segregation also intensified. Parks, swimming pools, and cultural venues closed their doors to Jews. Trains and buses became hostile places where verbal abuse was common, and in some areas, restrictions were placed on where Jews could sit. Universities refused Jewish students, cutting off the hopes of an entire generation who once dreamed of becoming doctors, engineers, or scholars. Even within schools, Jewish children were pushed into separate classrooms or excluded altogether. The world that had once seemed open, full of opportunities, narrowed into confined and controlled spaces. The state also targeted Jewish culture itself. Synagogues, community centers, and schools were closely monitored, and Jewish newspapers were censored. By 1938, even Jewish cultural associations, which had served as refuges for music, theater, and intellectual life, were being dismantled. The Nazi regime's aim was not only to exclude Jews from German life, but also to suffocate their own communal expressions of resilience and identity. Amid this escalating persecution, 1938 stands out as a pivotal year. Early in the year, a campaign to expel Jews of Polish origin demonstrated how vulnerable the community had become. Thousands were suddenly rounded up and forced across the border, many with only the possessions they could carry. Families were separated, homes abandoned, and businesses left behind. The cruelty of this episode revealed how easily the regime could uproot lives when it chose to act decisively. Later that year, violence erupted on a scale that shattered any illusions that persecution might remain confined to laws and social restrictions. The event came to be known as Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass, on November 9th to 10th, 1938. Across Germany and Austria, Nazi paramilitary groups and civilians attacked Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues. Windows were smashed, stores looted, and places of worship set aflame. Over 90 Jews were killed, thousands were beaten, and some 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and sent to concentration camps. The police did not intervene to stop the violence. Instead, they stood aside or even participated. Firefighters often allowed synagogues to burn so long as surrounding Aryan-owned buildings were not threatened. The aftermath of Kristallnacht left Jewish communities shattered. Insurance companies refused to pay damages to Jewish owners, and the regime imposed a collective fine on the Jewish population, holding them financially responsible for the destruction inflicted upon them. Kristallnacht revealed with brutal clarity that the segregation and control of Jewish life had crossed a threshold. The state no longer merely restricted Jews, but sanctioned open violence against them. For many, it became unmistakably clear that the danger they faced was no longer limited to exclusion, but might extend to annihilation. In the wake of these events, the desire to emigrate surged. Jewish families who had hesitated, clinging to hope that things might improve, now desperately sought visas. Long lines formed at consulates, and pleas for refuge poured out to nations across the world. Yet international response remained limited. At the Evian Conference in July 1938, representatives from dozens of countries expressed sympathy but offered little in terms of actual acceptance. Borders remained tight, quotas restrictive, and bureaucratic hurdles insurmountable for many. This global reluctance deepened the despair of German Jews, who felt trapped in a tightening cage. The daily reality of life in the aftermath of Kristallnacht was grim. Jewish children saw their schools destroyed or closed, forcing them into underground classes or out of education altogether. Businesses that had survived earlier seizures were now gone, leaving families destitute. Synagogues that had been community anchors lay in ruins, their sacred objects desecrated or stolen. Many Jews retreated into invisibility, avoiding public spaces for fear of harassment or arrest. The streets that had once been filled with ordinary routines, shopping, working, socializing, now carried the weight of suspicion and fear. And yet, in the midst of these hardships, resilience persisted. Jewish communities organized mutual aid societies, providing food, shelter, and education where possible. Families tried to preserve traditions, celebrating holidays in private even when synagogues were destroyed. Some leaders focused on preparing young people for immigration, training them in skills that might be useful abroad. Others turned to faith, holding on to religious practices as sources of strength and continuity. These acts of resilience did not erase the suffering, but demonstrated the determination to maintain dignity in the face of systematic degradation. As the 1930s drew to a close, the segregation and control imposed on Jews had achieved a devastating completeness. They had been stripped of rights, pushed out of professions, isolated from cultural life, subjected to public humiliation, and exposed to violence. They were no longer recognized as citizens, no longer secure in their homes or livelihoods, and no longer able to trust their neighbors. The world that had once been diverse and full of promise had contracted into a narrow space of fear, exclusion, and survival. This trajectory made the outbreak of war in 1939 particularly ominous. The Nazi regime had already demonstrated that it was willing to escalate persecution step by step, normalizing each new level of cruelty. What had begun as boycotts and restrictions had expanded into legalized segregation, open violence, and mass arrests. Jews understood that the path forward would not bring relief but deeper danger. Yet few could have imagined the full extent of what was to come. The years before the war thus stand as a grim prelude. They reveal how a society can be reshaped through propaganda, laws, and violence to accept the exclusion of a people once deeply integrated into its fabric. They show how neighbors can turn away, how the state can manipulate fear and prejudice, and how gradual steps can prepare the ground for catastrophic outcomes. Segregation and control did not kill millions, but they built the conditions in which such destruction became possible. By 1939, the fate of Europe's Jews was already bound to a course that would culminate in the final solution, though the world at large had yet to recognize how far it would go. Chapter 5. The War Expands, Conquests and Captives. When war finally erupted in September 1939, the long years of tightening persecution in Germany met with a new reality that would transform the situation for Jews across Europe. The invasion of Poland did not only mark the start of the Second World War, it opened the door to a vastly expanded territory under Nazi control, a territory that included some of the largest Jewish communities on the continent. In Germany itself, Jews had already been marginalized, stripped of rights, and brutalized. But in Poland, where millions of Jews lived in towns and cities, villages and shtetls, the regime suddenly confronted an enormous population it regarded as alien, dangerous, and expendable. The expansion of the war brought about new policies, harsher controls, and the beginnings of strategies that pointed toward a far more destructive future. The invasion of Poland was swift and brutal. German forces launched their assault on September 1st, 1939, and within weeks, Polish defenses collapsed under the weight of overwhelming military force. On September 17th, the Soviet Union invaded from the east, in accordance with the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The country was effectively divided between the two powers. For Polish Jews, this division meant that life would take dramatically different paths depending on which side of the new border they lived. Those under Soviet control faced repression, deportations, and attempts at forced assimilation, but those under German control encountered the full force of Nazi racial policy. The conquest of Poland introduced the problem of numbers. In Germany, the Jewish population had been reduced to a few 100,000 by the time the war began, thanks to emigration and previous measures. In Poland, however, more than 3 million Jews lived in vibrant communities. They ran businesses, schools, cultural institutions, and religious centers. They represented a cross-section of life, from wealthy merchants to poor peddlers, from modern intellectuals to deeply traditional religious scholars. For the Nazis, this enormous population seemed both a threat and an opportunity, one that would demand new methods of control, new ways of separating, and ultimately new visions for how to eliminate what they defined as the Jewish question. From the earliest days of occupation, German authorities unleashed terror. Jews were humiliated in the streets, forced to clean sidewalks, subjected to random beatings, and often executed on flimsy charges. In many towns, synagogues were burned, sacred texts desecrated, and Jewish leaders arrested. The Nazis sought not only to dominate the population, but to demonstrate their utter power. Public acts of violence sent a clear message. The rules that had governed Jewish life under centuries of Polish existence were shattered. Now, Jews lived at the mercy of occupiers who recognized no limits in their treatment of them. Segregation, already familiar in Germany, was swiftly imposed in Poland. Jews were ordered to wear distinctive armbands or badges, often a white band with a blue Star of David. This marked them as targets for abuse and set them apart from their non-Jewish neighbors. Curfews confined them to their homes at night, and movement between towns was restricted. Economic measures struck with devastating force. Jewish businesses were seized, bank accounts frozen, and professionals dismissed. For many families, poverty arrived almost overnight. The careful balances of survival that had existed in pre-war Poland crumbled under these relentless attacks. The occupiers also sought to dismantle Jewish community structures. Councils known as Judenrat, Jewish councils, were established under German orders in towns and cities. These councils were tasked with carrying out Nazi directives, registering populations, organizing forced labor, and distributing ration cards. The councils were placed in impossible positions, forced to mediate between the demands of the occupiers and the desperate needs of their communities. To the Germans, the councils provided a convenient means of control, a way of ensuring that Jews themselves were seen to administer the orders of their persecutors. To Jewish communities, the councils often became sources of painful controversy, embodying the cruel choices forced upon them. Forced labor was one of the earliest methods by which the Nazis exploited their new captives. Jews were conscripted to build roads, dig trenches, or clear rubble, often under brutal conditions with little food or rest. Families were torn apart as men and women were sent to different work details, sometimes far from their homes. Those who resisted faced severe punishments, and many died of exhaustion, disease, or violence. The logic of forced labor served two Nazi goals at once: extracting economic value from the conquered population and degrading Jews through physical hardship and humiliation at the same time. The German occupation of Poland revealed the degree to which anti-Jewish policy was not only about exclusion, but about spatial control. The Nazis began to imagine Jewish life not as scattered throughout cities and towns, but concentrated in confined spaces where it could be monitored and exploited. These ideas took shape in the establishment of ghettos, sealed districts where Jews were forced to live apart from the rest of the population. In 1939 and 1940, ghettos began appearing in cities like Lodz, Warsaw, and Krakow. Families were ordered to move into these areas, leaving behind homes, possessions, and livelihoods. The ghettos would become symbols of the war years, places of both unimaginable suffering and remarkable resilience. But in their early creation, they represented the next stage of segregation and control. The expansion of the war also brought new opportunities for propaganda. The Nazis portrayed their conquest as a mission of liberation from Jewish influence. In films, posters, and speeches, Jews were depicted as enemies of civilization, parasites responsible for the war itself. This messaging was directed not only at Germans, but also at conquered peoples, attempting to sow division and encourage collaboration. In many places, local populations, already influenced by centuries of anti-Jewish prejudice, participated in acts of violence or looting. This atmosphere of hostility further isolated Jewish communities and underscored the dangers they faced. In the midst of these transformations, Jewish life did not disappear overnight. Despite the terror, communities tried to sustain themselves. Families gathered secretly for religious observances, teachers held underground classes, and cultural activities continued in private. These acts of preservation were both practical and symbolic, affirming identity in a world determined to erase it. Yet such efforts occurred under the constant shadow of surveillance, hunger, and fear. Survival itself became an act of quiet resistance. By the end of 1939, it was clear that the war had altered the trajectory of Jewish persecution. What had once been confined to Germany now spread across Europe. The Nazi regime, faced with millions of Jews under its control, experimented with policies of segregation, forced labor, and ghettoization. Each step built upon the foundations laid in the 1930s, but also pushed beyond them, testing methods of domination and destruction on a scale not seen before. For the Jewish population of Poland, the arrival of German forces meant a sudden collapse of the world they had known. Centuries of history, tradition, and coexistence were upended in weeks. What remained was uncertainty, oppression, and the constant question of what the occupiers intended next. Few could imagine the full scope of the policies that would unfold, but many sensed that the danger was escalating beyond anything previously experienced. The war had expanded not only territorial lines, but also the reach of Nazi ideology, bringing millions of innocent lives into direct peril as the first months of occupation settled into a harsh rhythm. The Nazi authorities began to refine their methods of domination over conquered Poland. They were not improvising blindly. Rather, each measure was part of an evolving vision of control that combined racial ideology with administrative experimentation. The Germans divided Poland into distinct zones, each with different rules and structures, a division that revealed both their ambitions and uncertainties. The Western territories, including areas like Poznan and Upper Silesia, were annexed directly into the Reich, treated as if they were now integral parts of Germany. The central portion, centered around Warsaw, became the general government, a colony under German administration. Each zone confronted its Jewish population with unique forms of oppression, but all were marked by the same logic of exclusion, humiliation, and exploitation to in the annexed territories. The Nazis aimed to Germanize the region as quickly as possible. This meant not only resettling ethnic Germans into the land, but also expelling or exterminating those they regarded as undesirable. Jews were among the first targets of mass expulsions. Families were forced from their homes, herded into trains or carts, and transported under brutal conditions to other areas of occupied Poland. The expulsions tore apart communities and subjected countless individuals to deprivation. Many perished from hunger or exposure even before reaching their destinations. The purpose was not only to remove Jews physically, but to erase their presence from spaces the Nazis envisioned as purely German, that in the general government. The approach was somewhat different. Here, the regime created a vast dumping ground for those it displaced. Jews expelled from annexed areas were sent into towns and cities already crowded with local populations. The result was chaos, with housing shortages, food scarcity, and overcrowding intensifying suffering. Yet from the German perspective, this concentration of Jews served as a testing ground. It allowed them to experiment with mechanisms of segregation and control, methods that would later harden into systematic programs. The ghettoization process accelerated in 1940. Town after town received orders to establish separate districts where Jews were to reside. In Warsaw, the largest Jewish community in Europe, more than 300,000 people were eventually crammed into a ghetto covering only a fraction of the city's area. Walls and barbed wire sealed them in, cutting them off from the outside world. Food supplies were deliberately restricted, leaving residents on the edge of starvation. Disease spread rapidly in the overcrowded conditions, with typhus and other illnesses claiming countless lives. In Lodz, the ghetto became a closed world unto itself, isolated by guards and fences, with its inhabitants subjected to forced labor for the German war effort. In smaller towns, ghettos sprang up as well, each repeating the same pattern of confinement, deprivation, and despair. The ghettos symbolized a new stage in Nazi thinking. By concentrating Jews in controlled spaces, the regime sought to make them more visible, more vulnerable, and more exploitable. The ghettos also functioned as tools of psychological warfare. Families that had once lived among neighbors found themselves cut off, stigmatized, and marked for a fate they could not clearly discern. Rumors circulated endlessly about what the Germans intended: deportations, resettlements, or worse. This uncertainty gnawed at communities, eroding hope while simultaneously fueling efforts at survival. life inside the ghettos was a daily struggle. Food rations were pitifully small, often providing fewer than 1,000 calories a day. Smuggling became essential, with children risking their lives to crawl through sewers or slip past guards to bring in bread or potatoes from outside. Cultural life persisted, though often clandestinely. Teachers organized secret schools, writers recorded diaries, musicians gave underground concerts. These activities offered not only distraction but also a sense of dignity, proof that identity and humanity could survive even under crushing conditions. The ghettos, while created as instruments of degradation, also became spaces where resilience revealed itself in unexpected forms. The Nazis justified the ghettos as temporary measures, often describing them as holding areas until a solution to the so-called Jewish problem could be implemented. But behind this vagueness lay an evolving vision of removal and destruction. At times, officials spoke of deporting Jews to remote territories, such as Madagascar, a plan that was never realized but reveals how the regime imagined vast displacement as a possibility. At other times, they spoke simply of elimination, leaving the precise meaning unstated but ominous. For the Jews trapped in ghettos, the immediate reality was hunger, disease, and forced labor. But the larger trajectory pointed towards something far darker. The expansion of the war beyond Poland in 1940 and 1941 broadened the scale of Nazi domination. As German armies swept into Denmark, Norway, the Low Countries, and France, Jewish populations across Western Europe also fell under occupation. The policies there were initially less violent than in Poland, shaped by local conditions and the Nazis' calculations about how to govern. But the logic of exclusion remained constant. Jews were dismissed from jobs, subjected to registration, and forced to wear identifying marks. In France, collaborationist authorities implemented anti-Jewish statutes even before German pressure demanded it. In the Netherlands, Jews were gradually stripped of rights, setting the stage for later deportations. The contrast between East and West was significant, but the underlying ideology was the same. Wherever Nazi power extended, Jews became targets. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, the occupation grew increasingly brutal. In 1941, as Germany prepared to launch its invasion of the Soviet Union, policies hardened still further. The ghettos, once seen as holding areas, were now regarded as stepping stones toward more radical solutions. The regime experimented with mass shootings and deportations on an ever larger scale. What had begun in 1939 as a series of improvisations was evolving into a more coordinated program. The question that loomed in the minds of Nazi leaders was not whether Jews should be eliminated, but how. The story of conquests and captives, then, was not only a tale of military expansion, but of ideological escalation. Every territory seized brought new populations under Nazi control, and every new population forced the regime to confront its own obsession with race. The Jews of Poland, the Jews of Western Europe, the Jews of the Balkans, all were caught in the widening net of Nazi ambition. For the regime, the war was not just about defeating enemies on the battlefield. It was about reshaping the demographic and racial map of the continent. For Jewish communities, this expansion was experienced as a widening circle of darkness. In each newly conquered land, people asked the same anxious questions. What would happen to us? Where would this lead? Was survival possible? At first, many clung to the hope that the war might end quickly, that the nightmare of occupation might last only months. But as the years stretched on, and as ghettos, forced labor, and expulsions became the norm, the realization grew that this was not a passing calamity. It was a catastrophe of unprecedented scope. The expansion of the war created the conditions in which the final solution could later be conceived and implemented. By bringing millions of Jews under its control, the Nazi regime created both the perceived problem it claimed to address and the opportunities for brutal experimentation. The ghettos, the deportations, the forced labor, the expulsions, all were preludes to the machinery of destruction that would emerge in the years ahead. In this sense, the conquest of Europe was not only a military achievement for Nazi Germany, but also the staging ground for its most infamous crime. By the time 1941 arrived, the landscape of occupied Europe was marked everywhere by signs of segregation and suffering. Entire communities had been uprooted, families torn apart, traditions disrupted, and lives diminished. The Nazi vision of a new order was already carving deep scars into the fabric of European life. What remained hidden from most, but was taking shape in the minds of the perpetrators, was that the measures of control would soon give way to measures of extermination. The war had expanded, and with it, the peril facing the Jews had grown immeasurably. Chapter 6. Ghettos, Cities Within Cities. When the ghettos of occupied Europe began to take form, they did not immediately resemble the rigidly walled enclosures that would come to symbolize them later. At first, the term itself carried ambiguity. A ghetto, in Nazi terminology, meant a zone in which Jews were compelled to live separately from the rest of the population, yet in practice, its boundaries and character varied widely. In some towns, it was a few streets cordoned off with wooden barricades. In others, an entire district sealed with barbed wire and watchtowers. What unified them all was the purpose: to isolate Jews physically, economically, and psychologically, cutting them off from the broader society and rendering them vulnerable to further measures of persecution. The decision to create ghettos was not taken all at once. It developed in stages, reflecting both ideological intent and logistical necessity. In Poland, where millions of Jews lived in large urban centers, the Nazi regime confronted the challenge of controlling vast populations whom they had already marked for exclusion. In their racial worldview, Jews were considered dangerous contaminants, and so separation was presented as both a hygienic measure and a step toward eventual removal. For local administrators, ghettos also offered a practical means of concentrating Jews in designated spaces where surveillance and exploitation were easier to enforce. Thus, by late 1939 and throughout 1940, orders for ghettoization spread steadily across the occupied territories. Warsaw, the capital of Poland, became the site of the largest ghetto in Europe. Before the war, it had a thriving Jewish community numbering over 350,000, nearly a third of the city's population. By late 1940, German authorities decreed that Jews must move into a segregated district. Brick walls topped with barbed wire enclosed the area, cutting off more than 300,000 people from the rest of the city. The space allotted was small, less than 3 square miles, so that entire families found themselves crammed into single rooms. The Warsaw Ghetto became a city within a city, a place of both profound suffering and remarkable resilience. The Lodz Ghetto, in a different way, illustrated the extremes of confinement. Here, more than 160,000 Jews were forced into an already impoverished part of the city, surrounded by fences and guards. Unlike Warsaw, Lodz was almost completely cut off from the outside world. Contact with non-Jews was nearly impossible, and residents depended entirely on the German administration for food and supplies. The scarcity of provisions was deliberate. Rations were so meager that starvation became a daily reality. Yet the Germans also used the Lodz Ghetto as a labor camp, compelling Jews to produce textiles and other goods for the German war effort. Survival here depended on work, but even those employed faced hunger and exhaustion that claimed thousands of lives. In smaller towns across Poland and later in Lithuania, Latvia, Belarus, and Ukraine, ghettos sprang up with similar patterns. Jewish families were forced from their homes, allowed to carry only what they could manage, and crowded into makeshift districts. Some ghettos were open, meaning boundaries were marked but not fully sealed, though leaving without permission could result in death. Others were closed, with walls, gates, and armed guards ensuring that entry and exit were strictly controlled. In all cases, Jews lost their freedom of movement, their access to resources, and their connection to the surrounding society. Life inside these ghettos quickly became a struggle for survival. Food was scarce because the Germans rationed supplies at levels far below subsistence. For example, in Warsaw, Jews were officially allotted only a fraction of what non-Jews received, sometimes as little as 200 calories per day. Without smuggling, starvation would have been absolute. Smuggling, however, was dangerous. Children, because of their size and agility, often became the lifeline of their families. They would slip through cracks in walls, crawl through sewers, or sneak past guards to bring back bread, potatoes, or scraps from sympathetic neighbors. Many were caught and executed, yet without their daring, countless families would have perished sooner. Disease compounded the misery. Overcrowding created fertile ground for epidemics, particularly typhus. With limited medical supplies and inadequate sanitation, doctors struggled to contain outbreaks. Mortality soared. Yet even in these dire circumstances, Jewish medical professionals tried to maintain a semblance of care. Clinics were established, sometimes in basements or abandoned buildings, where doctors treated patients with whatever means they could muster. These efforts not only alleviated suffering, but also symbolized the determination to preserve human dignity against overwhelming odds. Culture, too, survived in the ghettos, though often clandestinely. In Warsaw, underground schools continued to teach children basic subjects, despite German prohibitions. Teachers risked their lives to keep education alive, believing that even in the shadow of death, knowledge was a form of resistance. Musicians played in secret gatherings, and actors staged plays in makeshift theaters. Writers kept diaries, chronicling the unfolding tragedy with extraordinary courage. The most famous of these chroniclers was Emanuel Ringelblum, who organized the Oneg Shabbat Archive, a clandestine project that collected testimonies, documents, and artifacts of ghetto life. Buried in milk cans and metal boxes, this archive survived the war and today stands as one of the most valuable records of the Holocaust. Religion, too, provided strength. Despite prohibitions and dangers, Jews in ghettos gathered to pray, to observe holidays, and to celebrate rites of passage. Candles were lit secretly for Hanukkah. Matzah was baked for Passover. Weddings were held in courtyards, and babies were circumcised even though such acts could draw brutal punishment. These religious observances offered continuity with the past and hope for the future, small acts of defiance against the attempt to strip life of meaning at the same time. Ghetto life was marked by bitter inequalities. The German authorities often appointed Jewish councils, known as Judenrat, to administer internal affairs. These councils faced impossible dilemmas. They were tasked with carrying out German orders, distributing rations, organizing forced labor, even compiling lists for deportations, while also trying to protect their communities. Some leaders sought to mitigate suffering, negotiating with authorities to secure more food or delay deportations. Others were accused of corruption or collaboration. Within the ghettos, resentment sometimes grew toward those who seemed to have better access to resources. Black markets flourished, creating divisions between those who could afford extra food and those who could not. Despite these internal strains, solidarity was also evident. Mutual aid organizations emerged, distributing food to the most vulnerable, especially children and the elderly. Secret soup kitchens provided sustenance to thousands. Families looked after orphans, and underground networks supported those without means. Survival, though precarious, often depended on collective efforts rather than individual strength. The ghettos were not static prisons. They were constantly reshaped by German policies, which grew harsher over time. In some cases, populations were swollen as Jews from surrounding villages were forced into urban ghettos. In others, entire ghettos were liquidated, with inhabitants deported to camps or massacred on the spot. The sense of impermanence haunted every resident. People lived with the constant fear that tomorrow might bring deportation, execution, or the collapse of their fragile community. Yet, even in this atmosphere of despair, whispers of resistance spread. In Warsaw and other ghettos, youth groups formed underground movements. They smuggled weapons, published clandestine newspapers, and prepared, however inadequately, for armed resistance. These seeds of defiance would later blossom into uprisings, but in the early years, they were more often expressions of determination to keep the spirit of freedom alive. The ghettos, therefore, were not merely places of confinement. They were crucibles of human experience under unimaginable pressure. They revealed the depths of cruelty that the Nazi regime was willing to inflict, but they also revealed the resilience of those who endured. They became symbols of suffering, but also of endurance, memory, and defiance. By 1941, ghettos had spread across much of occupied Eastern Europe, containing millions of Jews. To outside observers, they might have seemed like a permanent solution to the so-called Jewish question, but within the Nazi leadership, the ghettos were already being viewed as temporary holding areas. The ultimate plans went beyond segregation. What was unfolding was only a step on a path that would soon lead to a more radical and far deadlier policy that the ghettos solidified. Daily existence within their confines revealed both the crushing weight of Nazi oppression and the remarkable adaptability of human communities. The walls and barbed wires served as more than physical barriers. They represented a psychological severance from the rest of the world. Jews within the ghettos were no longer considered members of their wider towns or nations, but a people forcibly shrunk into a restricted enclave, watched constantly, and left to manage their own dwindling resources under unbearable conditions. The psychological burden of confinement was immense. Families who once lived in comfortable apartments found themselves reduced to a single overcrowded room, sharing space with relatives or strangers. Privacy, once taken for granted, vanished. The ceaseless noise of so many cramped together, the lack of sanitation, the smells of waste and hunger, all combined to create an atmosphere of exhaustion and despair. Many spoke of feeling as though time itself had been suspended, that life inside the ghetto was not truly living but a prolonged state of waiting. Without certainty of what tomorrow would bring, children, who should have been learning and playing, adapted to this strange existence in unique ways. While some continued their studies in secret classrooms, others became breadwinners, risking their lives to smuggle food or wood through narrow gaps in fences. Their small size gave them a certain advantage, yet it also exposed them to the sharpest risks. Mothers and fathers often lived in dread that their children, once sent out to find sustenance, might never return. Yet without these small missions of survival, entire households would have wasted away. Childhood in the ghettos was marked not by innocence, but by premature burdens and constant danger. The Judenrat, the Jewish councils, played a central role in shaping daily life. German occupiers deliberately placed them in positions of impossible responsibility. They were ordered to implement German decrees, collect taxes, assign labor, and later draw up lists for deportation. To refuse was to risk brutal retaliation, not only against themselves, but against entire communities. To comply meant being seen as complicit in the machinery of oppression. Some leaders, like Chaim Rumkowski and Lodz, believed that compliance and productivity might secure the survival of at least part of the population. Rumkowski famously pleaded with his people to give me your children when ordered to hand over thousands of the young for deportation, believing that sacrificing some might save others. His actions remain among the most controversial of the era, illustrating the moral labyrinth forced upon ghetto leaders. For ordinary residents, the choices were equally impossible. When German demands for labor increased, many volunteered in the hope of securing food rations or temporary protection from deportation. Workshops in the ghettos produced uniforms, boots, and equipment for the German army. The irony was unbearable. Those forced to work were helping sustain the very regime that sought their annihilation. Yet the hope of survival, even for a little longer, drove many to endure this exploitation. Cultural life persisted, often hidden from the eyes of the oppressors. In Warsaw, clandestine lectures continued to draw students eager to hear history, philosophy, or literature. In Vilna, known as the Jerusalem of Lithuania, poets and musicians preserved a vibrant cultural spirit even as hunger consumed the body. In the Lodz ghetto, an official symphony orchestra, sanctioned by the Germans for propaganda purposes, played concerts, while underground performances gave people moments of solace. These acts of cultural resistance did not change material circumstances, but they preserved identity, pride, and humanity in the face of dehumanization. Diaries and letters written in the ghettos provide some of the most haunting insights into daily existence. They reveal not only the despair, but also the determination to bear witness. One mother wrote of feeding her children water mixed with flour and pretending it was soup, trying to protect them from despair as much as from hunger. Another recorded how people clung to small rituals, lighting a candle, telling stories, marking birthdays, as if to insist that life still had meaning. These records were often hidden, buried, or smuggled out, so that if the writers did not survive, their words might. The Germans, meanwhile, increasingly saw ghettos not as permanent solutions, but as holding pens. By 1941, the logistics of managing so many concentrated populations became burdensome, and Nazi officials debated more radical measures. Deportations began gradually, first to forced labor sites, then to killing centers as the machinery of extermination expanded. Entire ghettos were liquidated in sudden operations, residents herded to trains or massacred in nearby forests. The very existence of the ghettos was thus revealed to be a transitional stage, a prelude to annihilation. The Warsaw Ghetto, however, became a site of particular historical significance because of its resistance. By 1942, the deportations to Treblinka had reduced its population drastically. Those who remained understood that the trains meant death. Underground groups, formed earlier by youth movements, now resolved to resist deportation with arms. In April 1943, when German forces entered the ghetto to carry out final liquidation, fighters launched a desperate uprising. Armed with smuggled pistols, grenades, and a few rifles, they resisted for nearly a month. Though the uprising was crushed and the ghetto burned, the act became a symbol of defiance. In the face of certain death, the fighters chose to resist, leaving behind a legacy of courage that continues to resonate. In many smaller ghettos, resistance took subtler forms. Smuggling food, keeping records, teaching children, practicing faith. All of these were forms of opposition to a system designed to erase identity and humanity. Some fled the ghettos to join partisan groups in nearby forests, carrying out guerrilla attacks against German forces. Others engaged in sabotage within ghetto workshops. Each act, however small, was a declaration that the spirit of the people could not be entirely subdued. The liquidation of the ghettos in 1942 and 1943 marked the transition from isolation to extermination. In operation after operation, German police, SS units, and local collaborators forced Jews onto trains bound for camps like Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Auschwitz, and Majdanek. In many cases, entire ghettos were emptied in a matter of days. Survivors recalled the chaos of these deportations, the shouting of soldiers, the wailing of children, the separation of families at gunpoint. Streets once crowded with life fell silent, leaving behind empty shells of once vibrant communities. The ghettos, though intended as temporary measures, became lasting symbols of the Holocaust. They represented the systematic attempt to strip Jews of their rights, their homes, their security, and eventually their lives. Yet within their walls, people demonstrated resilience that defied the intent of their oppressors. They taught lessons of endurance, solidarity, and the unquenchable will to live even when surrounded by death. Looking back, the ghettos can be understood not merely as sites of suffering, but as complex communities under siege. They were places where cruelty and resilience coexisted, where despair was matched by determination, where annihilation was met with resistance. Their memory endures not only in the ruins of walls and the remnants of barbed wire, but in the diaries, songs, and testimonies of those who lived there. These voices remind the world that even in the darkest of enclosures, the human spirit sought ways to remain free. Chapter 7. The Turning Point. Operation Barbarossa and the Invasion of the East. The summer of 1941 brought a seismic change to the trajectory of the war and to the fate of millions of people across Europe. Until that point, the Nazi regime had confined its violence largely to controlled measures, discrimination laws, ghettos, forced labor, and localized killings. These actions were devastating in their own right, but they had not yet reached the full scale of what was to come. With the launch of Operation Barbarossa, the German invasion of the Soviet Union, the landscape shifted irreversibly. What began as a military campaign would open the door to policies of unparalleled destruction, setting into motion the phase of the war remembered as one of its most brutal. The invasion was conceived not merely as a strategic maneuver against a rival power, but as an ideological crusade. For Hitler and his circle, the Soviet Union represented more than a geopolitical opponent. It embodied what they described as the fusion of two perceived enemies, Bolshevism and Jewry. Nazi propaganda portrayed the Soviet state as a Jewish conspiracy, linking communism with Jewish influence, and therefore marked it as a mortal threat to be eradicated. The idea of living space, or Lebensraum, also played a central role. Germany, Hitler argued, needed vast territories in the East to feed and sustain its growing population. The Soviet Union, with its fertile lands and immense resources, seemed the ideal conquest. The result was a war not only of armies but of ideologies, fought with the expectation of annihilation rather than negotiation. When German forces crossed the border in June 1941, they advanced with extraordinary speed. Columns of tanks and motorized infantry swept across Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states, overwhelming Soviet defenses. Entire divisions collapsed under the weight of the assault. Cities that had once seemed distant and unreachable to Germans fell within weeks. Smolensk, Kiev, and Kharkiv became names that marked both the scale of German success and the widening circle of destruction. For the soldiers at the front, the campaign was often portrayed as a decisive strike that would secure victory within months. Yet beneath this facade of military triumph lay a darker mission already unfolding. From the earliest days of the invasion, special units known as Einsatzgruppen followed the advancing armies. Their orders were not merely to secure captured territories, but to carry out targeted killings. Jews, political commissars, intellectuals, and other groups identified as threats were rounded up and executed in fields, forests, and ravines. Unlike the ghettos of the West, where Jews were segregated and confined, the East witnessed mass shootings on an unprecedented scale. Villages were emptied, and thousands were killed in single operations. These massacres were often carried out with the involvement of local collaborators, whether motivated by fear, anti-Semitism, or the desire for favor under the new regime. The brutality of this campaign shocked even some of those who participated. Reports from soldiers describe fields littered with bodies, the cries of victims, and the psychological toll on those ordered to kill day after day. Yet the killings continued, escalating in both number and organization. For the Nazi leadership, Barbarossa provided the cover and the opportunity to extend their radical vision into practice. The war against the Soviet Union was framed as a war of extermination, and its conduct reflected that aim. The occupation policies in the East reinforced this trajectory. German planners saw the vast territories as resources to be exploited, not as lands to be developed for their inhabitants. The infamous Hunger Plan aimed to divert food supplies from the Soviet population to sustain the German army and homeland. This meant deliberate starvation on a massive scale. Millions of Soviet civilians were condemned to die of hunger so that Germans might eat. In practice, this plan dovetailed with the broader genocidal intentions already emerging. Cities such as Leningrad were besieged not just militarily, but through the calculated denial of food, resulting in staggering death tolls among civilians. For Jewish communities across the Soviet Union, the invasion spelled near-immediate catastrophe. Unlike in Poland, where ghettos had been created to concentrate and control populations, in many areas of the East, there was no intermediate stage. Families were rounded up, marched to pits or ravines, and executed on the spot. The massacre at Babi Yar, near Kiev, became one of the most infamous examples. Over 2 days in September 1941, more than 33,000 Jews were murdered in a single operation. Similar events occurred in hundreds of towns and villages, creating a landscape scarred by mass graves. Survivors often spoke of the suddenness with which normal life ended, one day going about their routines, the next facing extermination squads. The scale of the killings overwhelmed even the capacity of the Einsatzgruppen, leading to increasing involvement of regular army units and police battalions. While the SS provided the ideological framework and direct leadership, many ordinary soldiers and auxiliary forces took part in executions or in the logistical support that made them possible. This widespread participation blurred the line between frontline combat and mass murder. The invasion thus not only expanded the geography of the war, but also deepened its moral descent. Within the Nazi leadership, Barbarossa reinforced the conviction that radical solutions were both possible and necessary. The vastness of the conquered territories, the millions of Jews now under German control, and the ongoing strain of managing ghettos in the West all contributed to discussions of a more systematic approach. While the decision for what would later be called the final solution was not formally declared in June 1941, the invasion created the conditions that made it conceivable. The East became both the proving ground and the laboratory for genocide. Resistance also began to stir, though under the most desperate conditions. Partisan movements emerged in forests and rural areas, composed of escaped soldiers, civilians, and Jews who fled massacres. Their survival was precarious, hunted constantly by German forces and often lacking supplies. Yet their presence signaled that not all would submit quietly. In some cases, entire families chose to hide in forests rather than face deportation or execution. The forests of Belarus, Ukraine, and Lithuania became both refuges and battlegrounds, where the fight for survival took on new forms. For the civilian populations of the Soviet Union, life under German occupation was marked by hardship, fear, and violence. Requisitioning stripped villages of food, leaving residents to starve. Forced labor deported hundreds of thousands to Germany, where they worked in factories under brutal conditions. Cultural institutions were destroyed, schools closed, and local leadership dismantled. The aim was not to govern in any traditional sense, but to dominate and exploit, reducing vast regions to little more than supply depots for the German war effort. As the months passed, the early optimism of German planners began to collide with the realities of the campaign. The Soviet Union did not collapse as anticipated. The Red Army, though battered, regrouped and launched counterattacks. Winter descended with ferocity, catching German troops unprepared. By the end of 1941, the dream of a swift victory had evaporated. Yet the radical policies unleashed in the summer continued unabated. Even as the military front stalled, the war of annihilation carried on behind the lines. Operation Barbarossa thus marked not only a turning point in the military conflict, but a decisive step in the unfolding of genocide. It broadened the scope of Nazi violence from repression and segregation to outright mass murder. It demonstrated the regime's willingness to treat millions of civilians as expendable obstacles. It revealed the ideological heart of the Nazi project. That war was not merely about territory or power, but about reshaping entire populations through destruction. For those who lived through it, the summer and autumn of 1941 represented a descent into a world where the ordinary rules of humanity no longer seemed to apply. Communities that had stood for centuries vanished in days. Villages became graveyards, and forests became silent witnesses to massacres. Soldiers became executioners, and neighbors became collaborators. The brutality of Barbarossa transformed not only the map of Europe, but the moral boundaries of civilization itself. As the war on the Eastern Front deepened, the lines between military conquest and ideological destruction blurred beyond recognition. For the German leadership, the invasion of the Soviet Union was not simply a campaign against a rival state, but the centerpiece of their grand vision for the future of Europe. The lands of the East were to be transformed into the foundation of a new order, one where entire populations would be displaced, enslaved, or eliminated, and where German settlers would inherit the soil watered by centuries of Slavic and Jewish life. Operation Barbarossa was therefore not only a gamble of military might, but a radical experiment in remaking society through force and violence. The ideological foundation for this invasion had been laid long before the first tanks rolled across the border. In speeches, writings, and private conversations, Hitler had repeatedly framed the East as both a threat and an opportunity. He spoke of the Soviet Union as a citadel of Judeo-Bolshevism, a term that combined anti-Semitism with his hatred of communism. In this worldview, Defeating the Red Army was inseparable from exterminating Jews, whom he claimed were its masterminds. This fusion of racial hatred and political enmity meant that military orders carried with them a subtext of annihilation. When German officers briefed their troops, they often emphasized not only the defeat of the Soviet enemy, but also the elimination of those groups deemed undesirable or dangerous. Soldiers were instructed to show no mercy to political commissars, intellectuals, or Jews, and to treat civilians as expendable resources. The brutality of these instructions was soon evident on the ground. Villages burned as reprisals for partisan activity. Civilians were herded into barns or fields and shot en masse. In some cases, entire communities were wiped from existence in a matter of hours. The war in the East was characterized by a ruthlessness that exceeded even the horrors already seen in Poland or Western Europe. Prisoners of war fared no better. Captured Red Army soldiers were subjected to inhuman conditions, denied food, medical care, and shelter. Millions perished in open-air camps, reduced to skeletal figures before succumbing to starvation or disease. Their suffering was not accidental, but part of the broader plan. The German High Command calculated that allowing Soviet prisoners to die would reduce the logistical burden of feeding them, while also weakening the enemy's potential for resistance. The suffering of the Jewish population under German occupation deepened with each passing month. Unlike in Poland, where ghettos often served as temporary holding zones, in many Soviet territories mass shootings became the immediate solution. Einsatzgruppen units, supported by police battalions and sometimes even ordinary Wehrmacht troops, organized large-scale massacres. The process was chillingly systematic. Victims were ordered to gather under false pretenses, sometimes told they were being relocated, other times accused of sabotage. They were marched to remote areas, stripped of their belongings, and forced to dig or stand at the edge of pits. Gunfire followed, often for hours at a time, until the ground was covered with bodies. Survivors of these atrocities described the terrifying stillness that followed, as if entire towns had been swallowed by silence. The massacre at Babi Yar became emblematic of this new phase. Over 2 days in late September 1941, more than 33,000 Jews from Kiev were executed in a ravine outside the city. Families were torn apart. Children were murdered alongside parents. The sheer scale of the operation shocked even some of those involved, yet it was only one of many such episodes. In Lithuania, Latvia, and Belarus, similar massacres unfolded, often with the participation of local collaborators who saw opportunities in the destruction of Jewish neighbors. These events underscored that Barbarossa was not merely a military invasion, but a campaign of extermination conducted in parallel with the advance of armies. The psychological dimensions of this violence were profound. For perpetrators, repeated involvement in killings eroded moral inhibitions, creating a cycle where atrocity became normalized. Orders from superiors reinforced the idea that they were engaged in a historic mission, one that justified even the most brutal actions. For victims, the suddenness of the violence created a disorienting collapse of ordinary life. Many had little warning before facing annihilation. Accounts described the bewilderment of communities that, only days earlier, had gone about their daily routines, trading in markets, attending schools, gathering in synagogues, only to find themselves marched to their deaths. This abrupt rupture between past and present contributed to the haunting quality of survivor testimonies, which often emphasized the surreal speed with which entire worlds disappeared as the German advance slowed with the onset of winter. The logistical demands of occupation grew heavier. Supplies dwindled, roads became impassable, and soldiers faced frostbite and hunger. Yet the ideological commitment to annihilation remained constant. Even as German troops struggled to maintain their positions, the machinery of destruction against Jews and other targeted groups pressed forward. New ghettos were established in some areas, serving as temporary holding centers before eventual liquidation. Deportations increased, with trains carrying Jews from across occupied Europe to destinations in the East. These movements foreshadowed the system of camps that would soon emerge as the central mechanism of genocide. Operation Barbarossa also revealed the limits of German power. The Soviet Union, though devastated, did not collapse as Hitler had predicted. Instead, the Red Army regrouped, bolstered by reserves and the sheer determination of its people. The winter counteroffensive near Moscow in December 1941 demonstrated that the war in the East would not be decided quickly. For the Nazi regime, this realization was double-edged. On one hand, it meant a protracted conflict that would strain resources and morale. On the other, it intensified the drive to pursue radical solutions against populations deemed hostile. If victory on the battlefield could not be secured swiftly, the regime sought to compensate by accelerating the destruction of those it had marked for elimination. The brutality of the Eastern Front did not go unnoticed by the outside world. Reports trickled out through neutral countries, carried by diplomats, journalists, and escapees. Rumors of mass killings circulated in London, Washington, and beyond, though the full extent remained difficult to comprehend. For many observers, the scale of the atrocities seemed almost unimaginable. Governments at war with Germany faced the challenge of distinguishing credible reports from exaggerated rumors, and in some cases hesitated to publicize them for fear of undermining morale. Yet the seeds of awareness were planted, and over time they would grow into a fuller recognition of the catastrophe unfolding. The experience of Barbarossa also shaped the internal dynamics of the Nazi regime. Successes on the battlefield emboldened Hitler and his closest advisors, convincing them that bold measures could succeed. At the same time, the challenges of managing millions of conquered people prompted calls for more efficient systems of control and destruction. It was within this crucible of war, ideology, and ambition that the final solution would soon take definitive shape. The mobile killings of 1941, horrific as they were, represented a prelude to an even more industrialized form of genocide. For those trapped within the occupied territories, the world narrowed to the simplest of questions: survival. Families searched for hiding places in barns, attics, and forests. Children were entrusted to neighbors or strangers in desperate attempts to save at least one life from the maelstrom. Some succeeded, many did not. The risks of sheltering Jews were immense, often punishable by death, yet acts of courage persisted in quiet defiance of terror. These moments of resistance and humanity, though overshadowed by the enormity of destruction, stood as reminders that even in the darkest times, not all were willing to surrender their conscience. By the end of 1941, Operation Barbarossa had transformed the war in both scope and nature. The invasion had extended German control over vast territories, but it had also revealed the limits of their military strategy. More profoundly, it had unleashed a wave of violence that set the stage for the systematic genocide to come. The fusion of ideology and warfare reached its most destructive expression in the East, where entire communities were eradicated in the name of a distorted vision of racial purity. What began as a bold gamble for territory had become a turning point in the history of human cruelty. The road ahead would only deepen this descent, as the scattered massacres of 1941 gave way to the organized machinery of death that defined the final solution. Chapter 8. Einsatzgruppen. The mobile killing squads. The story of the mobile killing squads is one of the most chilling chapters in the history of the Second World War, for it shows how organized violence could be carried out not in hidden chambers or distant camps, but in broad daylight, on the very edges of towns and villages where ordinary life still lingered. These squads, known collectively as the Einsatzgruppen, followed in the wake of the German army during the invasion of the Soviet Union. Their mission was not merely to secure territory or to gather intelligence. Instead, they embodied a new and radical dimension of the Nazi project: the immediate elimination of entire communities, especially Jews, as part of the regime's vision of racial and ideological conquest. The Einsatzgruppen were formed from a mixture of police officers, members of the SS, and individuals drawn from the security services of the Nazi state. They were not enormous in size compared to the vast armies marching into the east. Altogether, their numbers were in the tens of thousands rather than millions, but their impact was devastating. Divided into 4 major groups, labeled A through D, they spread out across the occupied territories of the Soviet Union, moving behind the front lines as the Wehrmacht advanced deeper into enemy lands. Each group operated in specific regions, with Group A in the Baltic states, Group B in Belarus, Group C in Ukraine, and Group D in the southern territories stretching toward Crimea. Within these groups, subunits broke off to scour towns, villages, and countryside, carrying out the grim orders that defined their purpose. The ideological framework guiding the Einsatzgruppen was deeply embedded in the worldview of the Nazi leadership. The invasion of the Soviet Union had been presented to German forces not only as a military campaign, but as a crusade against Bolshevism and the alleged Jewish conspirators behind it. Orders from high command made explicit references to eliminating political commissars, suspected partisans, and Jewish populations. The language often cloaked its intent in vague terms such as cleansing, special tasks, or security measures, but those who carried out the orders understood their meaning. They were to identify, round up, and execute those deemed enemies of the Reich. Above all, the Jews. The process of these killings was grimly methodical. In many towns, notices were posted instructing Jews to assemble with their belongings under the pretense of relocation or registration. Others were summoned through word of mouth or by local collaborators who aided the Germans. Once gathered, they were marched to isolated sites, ravines, forests, fields, or quarries, chosen for their seclusion. There, the victims were stripped of valuables and sometimes of clothing, before being lined up at the edge of prepared pits. The squads then carried out mass shootings, often with machine guns, sometimes with rifles, until the bodies filled the trenches. In some cases, victims were forced to dig their own graves. In others, the pits were prepared in advance by requisitioned labor. The efficiency of the killings varied, but the outcome was the same. Entire communities eradicated in hours. The psychological burden on the perpetrators has long been a subject of study, for these men were not faceless automatons, but human beings acting under orders, ideology, and peer pressure. Some participated willingly, convinced by years of indoctrination that they were engaged in a necessary mission. Others struggled, recoiling from the brutality but compelled by authority, fear of disobedience, or the desire not to appear weak before comrades. Accounts describe men drinking heavily to dull their senses or finding ways to distance themselves from the act, aiming at the ground, firing from a distance, or taking on auxiliary roles rather than pulling the trigger directly. Yet the killings continued, suggesting that within the structure of the squads, personal reluctance rarely translated into refusal. The machinery of command ensured that the task was carried out regardless of individual hesitation. For the victims, the terror was immediate and incomprehensible. Many did not believe, even as they were marched to the killing sites, that mass murder awaited them. They hoped instead that they were being relocated, imprisoned, or perhaps deported. The sheer scale of extermination was beyond what most could imagine at the time. Survivor testimonies tell of mothers clutching children, of prayers whispered in final moments, of desperate attempts to comfort loved ones as gunfire erupted. Some accounts mention brief acts of resistance. Individuals trying to flee into the woods, families clinging to each other in defiance. But against the armed squads, such efforts were nearly always futile. The numbers alone convey the enormity of the violence. By the end of 1941, hundreds of thousands of Jews had been killed by the Einsatzgruppen and their auxiliaries. Estimates suggest that well over 1 million victims perished in the course of their operations throughout the war. These figures make clear that the Holocaust was not solely the work of distant camps or gas chambers, but also of open-air massacres carried out on the edges of villages, within sight of fields and forests that bore silent witness to the destruction. Local populations often played a role in these events, whether through collaboration or passive observation. In some regions, nationalist groups saw the arrival of the Germans as an opportunity to settle old grievances or to advance their own political aims. Pogroms erupted, sometimes encouraged by German officials, in which local residents attacked Jewish neighbors. In other cases, villagers were conscripted to dig graves, transport victims, or guard perimeters. Fear also played its part, as many were reluctant to intervene lest they be targeted themselves. Yet there were exceptions, isolated individuals who tried to warn or shelter Jews, risking their lives to defy the tide of violence. These stories, though rare, remind us that even in the bleakest moments, choices remained possible, however dangerous they might be. The killings also had a corrosive effect on the communities left behind. Entire towns found themselves emptied of neighbors, colleagues, and friends. Markets once filled with Jewish merchants grew silent, schools closed, synagogues abandoned or destroyed. The sudden absence was palpable, leaving behind a void that could never truly be filled. In some places, non-Jewish residents quietly took over abandoned homes and businesses, reshaping the social fabric in ways that compounded the tragedy. In others, the memory of the vanished lingered as an unspoken wound, a silence passed down through generations. What distinguished the Einsatzgruppen from earlier forms of violence was the scale and coordination of their actions. Unlike spontaneous pogroms or scattered atrocities, these units operated under centralized directives, with reports regularly sent back to Berlin. Detailed records were kept, listing numbers of those executed and describing operations with bureaucratic precision. These documents reveal the chilling combination of cold administration and extreme brutality, a system where human lives were reduced to statistics in carefully typed reports. It is this blend of method and murder that marks the Einsatzgruppen as a critical link between local massacres and the larger machinery of genocide that would later take shape. By late 1941, questions began to arise within the Nazi leadership about the sustainability of mass shootings as the primary method of extermination. The killings required large numbers of personnel, consumed ammunition, and placed a psychological strain on those involved. Moreover, they left behind visible traces, mass graves that could not easily be concealed, eyewitnesses who might spread news of the atrocities. These concerns did not lead to hesitation about the policy of extermination, but rather to a search for methods that would be more efficient, less taxing on the killers, and more easily hidden from outside scrutiny. It was within this context that the idea of centralized death camps gained momentum, promising a more industrialized approach to the same ultimate goal: Yet even as the machinery of the camps was being conceived, the Einsatzgruppen continued their work. Their operations persisted alongside deportations and ghetto liquidations, ensuring that no Jewish community within their reach could escape the wave of destruction. Their story is therefore not only one of beginnings, but also of continuity, a bridge between the first massacres of 1941 and the systematic extermination that followed. The legacy of the mobile killing squads is one of profound horror, but also of undeniable importance. They reveal that the Holocaust was not only the product of remote decisions made in conference rooms, but also of actions carried out face to face, bullet by bullet, in places where the victims and perpetrators stood only meters apart. This intimacy of violence stripped away any illusion of distance. It forced those involved to confront directly the humanity of those they destroyed, making their crimes all the more harrowing. And it reminds us, today, that the road to mass murder does not always require complex machinery. It can unfold wherever ideology, authority, and obedience converge to sanction cruelty. As the mobile killing squads moved further eastward during 1941 and 1942, their operations expanded in both scale and brutality. They did not act in isolation, but drew support from a network of collaborators, auxiliary police units, and elements of the German army itself. Though the Wehrmacht often claimed that its soldiers remained separate from such atrocities, records and testimonies reveal that in many instances, regular military units provided logistical support, cordoned off areas, or simply stood aside while the massacres unfolded. This blurring of lines between frontline battle and civilian extermination reflects the total nature of the conflict envisioned by the Nazi state. Not merely a war of armies, but a war against entire populations. The killings also revealed a disturbing adaptability. When initial methods proved cumbersome or inefficient, the Einsatzgruppen experimented with new techniques. Early on, victims were shot individually or in small groups, which consumed time and resources. Soon, mass shootings became more structured, with victims forced to lie face down in rows at the bottom of pits, so that subsequent groups could be shot directly above them. This gruesome layering reduced the effort required to dig new graves and allowed for a faster pace of extermination. In some areas, mobile gas vans were introduced, sealed trucks into which exhaust fumes were piped, suffocating those trapped inside. Though primitive compared to later stationary gas chambers, these vans reflected the ongoing search for methods that would reduce the direct involvement of shooters while still achieving the same deadly results. The impact on local societies cannot be overstated. Jewish communities that had existed for centuries vanished in weeks. Towns that had been cultural centers, filled with synagogues, schools, and bustling marketplaces, were stripped of their lifeblood. The silence that followed was not only physical but cultural. The loss of traditions, languages, songs, and customs that had shaped entire regions. For non-Jewish neighbors, the disappearance of these communities often carried an uneasy mixture of relief, opportunism, guilt, and fear. Some took over empty homes and shops, benefiting materially from the losses of their former neighbors. Others whispered about what they had seen, haunted by the memory of familiar faces marched away and never returning. This moral collapse, in which vast numbers of bystanders became complicit through silence or self-interest, remains one of the darkest aspects of the period. Yet within this landscape of destruction, glimmers of resistance did exist. Some individuals within the targeted populations managed to escape during the chaos of roundups, fleeing into forests or joining partisan groups. In certain villages, local peasants offered temporary shelter, though such acts carried immense danger, as the Germans often executed entire families caught helping Jews. There are records of extraordinary bravery: priests who hid children in orphanages, farmers who constructed false walls and barns, and underground networks that forged documents to pass Jews off as non-Jews. These cases were exceptions rather than the rule, but they demonstrate that even under overwhelming terror, some still chose defiance over collaboration. The bureaucratic documentation of the Einsatzgruppen is one of the most disturbing aspects of their legacy. Commanders submitted detailed reports, known as Meldungen, to Berlin, listing the numbers of those executed in each operation. These reports, written in detached and matter-of-fact language, transformed acts of mass murder into sterile data. One report might describe, for example, that 2,000 Jews were processed in Minsk, or that 1,500 individuals were dealt with in Kiev. The use of euphemisms concealed the brutality while allowing leaders in Berlin to monitor progress with chilling precision. For historians, these documents provide irrefutable evidence of the systematic nature of the killings, but they also reveal how ordinary administrative practices were harnessed to serve genocidal ends. The massacre at Babi Yar, outside Kiev in September 1941, stands as one of the most infamous episodes of the Einsatzgruppen campaign. Over 2 days, more than 33,000 Jews were rounded up, marched to a ravine, and executed by gunfire. The operation was carried out with ruthless efficiency, and its scale shocked even some of the perpetrators. Babi Yar became a symbol of the open-air massacres, its name etched into history as a reminder of how quickly entire populations could be annihilated when ideology, machinery, and obedience converged. Other sites, though less well-known, witnessed similar horrors: Ponary near Vilnius, Rumbula near Riga, and countless smaller ravines and forests across Ukraine and Belarus, each one filled with the remains of thousands. The Einsatzgruppen also targeted others besides Jews. Roma communities were attacked, with families rounded up and shot in ways that mirrored the treatment of Jews. Political commissars, suspected partisans, and members of local elites thought likely to resist German rule were also executed. Yet in terms of numbers and systematic intent, Jews remained the primary victims, identified as the central enemy in the ideological war against Judeo-Bolshevism. This racial and political conflation, casting Jews simultaneously as an ethnic threat and as the supposed masterminds of communism, fueled the relentless pursuit of extermination. Over time, as reports of the massacres spread, questions arose among those not directly involved. Rumors circulated among soldiers, civilians, and even in foreign lands through neutral diplomatic channels. The Nazi leadership sought to control the narrative, framing the killings as security measures or retributions against partisans. Still, the sheer magnitude of the operations made complete secrecy impossible. Soldiers returning from the East carried stories, photographs, and even trophies, inadvertently leaking fragments of the truth. These accounts reached ears in Germany, where the knowledge of atrocities mixed uneasily with indifference, disbelief, or tacit approval. The psychological toll on perpetrators continued to grow. While some embraced their roles with zeal, others struggled with nightmares, depression, or reliance on alcohol. Testimonies collected after the war reveal a spectrum of responses. A few claimed to have been horrified yet unable to resist. Others insisted they had followed orders with no second thoughts, while some confessed to feelings of pride in having carried out what they believed was their duty. This variety of responses underscores the complexity of human behavior under extreme circumstances. It also dismantles the comforting myth that only monsters are capable of such crimes. Ordinary men, placed within extraordinary structures of power and ideology, became agents of mass murder. The Einsatzgruppen played a crucial role in shaping the transition to more industrialized forms of killing. Their operations demonstrated both the possibility and the limits of mass shootings. While effective in destroying communities quickly, the process left behind too many witnesses, strained the killers, and raised questions about efficiency. These challenges contributed directly to the decision to establish extermination camps equipped with gas chambers, where murder could be carried out on an industrial scale with fewer direct burdens on the perpetrators. In this way, the Einsatzgruppen acted as both executioners and as grim innovators, paving the way for the next stage of the genocide. Even after the war turned against Germany, the squads continued their operations. In retreat, they carried out executions to prevent survivors from testifying or joining resistance movements. Villages suspected of harboring partisans were burned, and entire populations wiped out in reprisals. By this time, the sense of inevitability among perpetrators was profound. They understood that their actions bound them irreversibly to the fate of the Nazi regime. As defeat loomed, some attempted to destroy records, conceal graves, or flee into anonymity. Yet the evidence they left behind, both in documents and in the memories of survivors, ensured that their crimes could never be completely hidden. After the war, the Einsatzgruppen became subjects of trials, most notably in the Nuremberg proceedings. Commanders and key figures were prosecuted, with many convicted of crimes against humanity. Their defense often rested on the claim of following orders, but the court rejected this argument, establishing an important precedent in international law. Obedience to authority cannot excuse participation in atrocities. Still, many lower-ranking members escaped justice, blending back into post-war society, their roles forgotten or ignored for decades. Only later did renewed historical research and survivor testimonies bring their actions fully into the light of public awareness. The memory of the Einsatzgruppen today remains a stark warning. They represent the danger of allowing ideology and bureaucracy to merge into instruments of destruction. They show how violence can be normalized, step by step, when carried out under the banner of state authority and wrapped in the language of necessity. And they remind us that genocide is not only an abstract concept, but an act performed by people, neighbors, colleagues, and ordinary individuals who find themselves swept into a system that rewards cruelty and punishes compassion. The ravines, forests, and fields where these massacres took place still exist, many now marked by memorials or left as silent landscapes of remembrance. Standing at these sites, one can sense the weight of absence, the lingering echo of voices silenced in moments of unimaginable terror. It is in these places, and in the stories preserved from them, that the truth of the Einsatzgruppen endures. Their crimes, committed in the open, remind us that the greatest horrors can occur not only behind closed doors, but in the very heart of the world we inhabit. Chapter 9. Planning the Solution. The Wannsee Conference. As the war in the East intensified and the Einsatzgruppen massacres mounted, the Nazi leadership faced both practical and ideological questions. Their campaign of destruction had already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. Yet the scope of their ambition was even greater. The Jewish question, as they referred to it in their coded language, demanded what they saw as a comprehensive solution. In their view, no longer could the persecution of Jews remain fragmented across different occupied territories or left to the uneven methods of local commanders. What was required was centralization, coordination, and an organized framework that would bind the entire machinery of the state into one common mission. This need for coordination culminated in the Wannsee Conference, held on January 20th, 1942, in a villa overlooking a quiet lake on the outskirts of Berlin. At first glance, the location was almost pastoral, a place where one might imagine retreats or cultural gatherings. Yet behind its elegant facade, senior officials gathered to plot the fate of millions. The choice of venue was no accident. Heinrich Himmler's deputy, Reinhard Heydrich, who chaired the meeting, sought both privacy and symbolism. The serene surroundings stood in stark contrast to the deadly business conducted inside, reinforcing the chilling normality with which mass murder could be discussed. The conference was not designed to debate whether Europe's Jews should be exterminated. By the time the participants arrived, that decision had effectively been taken at the highest levels of Nazi leadership. The mass shootings of 1941, combined with Hitler's repeated declarations that the war would bring the destruction of the Jewish race in Europe, had made clear the direction of policy. Instead, the conference was about structure: how to implement genocide efficiently, how to marshal resources, and how to manage competing jurisdictions within the sprawling Nazi bureaucracy. 15 men attended the meeting, representing a cross-section of the regime's institutions. They included senior officials from the SS, the Gestapo, the Interior Ministry, the Justice Ministry, and even representatives of the Nazi Party administration in occupied territories. Most were not soldiers but administrators, lawyers, and civil servants. Their presence underscored one of the most unsettling truths about the Holocaust: that it was not only the product of fanatic ideologues, but also of educated men trained in law, governance, and public administration. With chilling detachment, these men sat in a comfortable conference room to discuss the logistics of eradicating millions of human lives. At the center of the table sat Reinhard Heydrich, a figure both feared and respected within the Nazi hierarchy. Tall, sharp-featured, and calculating, Heydrich was one of the chief architects of the final solution. His role was to assert the primacy of the SS in controlling Jewish policy while simultaneously coordinating with other branches of the government. Flanking him was Adolf Eichmann, a mid-ranking SS officer who served as his aide. Eichmann, though not yet widely known, would later become infamous as the man who organized the transportation of Jews across Europe to their deaths. At Wannsee, he acted as secretary, taking minutes of the meeting and translating discussions into the bureaucratic language that would later mask the true horror of the plans. The discussions at Wannsee revolved around several key issues. One was the scope of the operation. Heydrich presented figures estimating the Jewish population of Europe, broken down country by country, totaling more than 11 million people. These figures included not only the Jews of occupied Poland, the Soviet Union, and Germany itself, but also those in neutral or enemy nations such as England, Spain, and Switzerland. The implication was clear: no Jew, regardless of location, was beyond the reach of Nazi ambitions should circumstances allow. Another central issue was the method of extermination. Although the conference did not spell out the use of gas chambers in explicit terms, the language made the intention unmistakable. Euphemisms abounded: evacuation to the east, special treatment, final solution. Yet all participants understood these terms as code for systematic killing. The Einsatzgruppen shootings had proven effective but unsustainable on a continental scale. Deportations to camps in occupied Poland, where industrialized methods of murder could be developed, offered a more manageable path. At Wannsee, the framework for such deportations was outlined, placing responsibility for transport and coordination squarely under the SS. With cooperation from civilian ministries, one of the most contentious topics involved mixed marriages and individuals of partial Jewish descent, known in Nazi racial terminology as Mischlinge. Debates unfolded over how far the extermination policy should extend into these gray areas. Some officials argued for immediate and total inclusion. Others worried about the social and political consequences. While the conference did not finalize every detail, the tone made clear that no category of Jewish identity would be spared from eventual elimination. The mere fact that such discussions were conducted with bureaucratic precision illustrates the depth to which Nazi racial ideology had infiltrated every corner of governance. The mood of the conference was disturbingly casual. Later testimonies described it less as a heated debate than as a routine administrative meeting. Wine and brandy were served, cigars were smoked. Participants spoke not with the urgency of military men facing a battlefield crisis, but with the composure of office managers settling the details of a complex project. The normalization of such monstrous decisions remains one of the most haunting aspects of the Wannsee gathering. Genocide was not shouted into existence. It was calmly planned over refreshments in a lakeside villa. Adolf Eichmann, in later years, would recall that Heydrich made his authority unmistakable. The participants did not challenge the central premise of the meeting. Their questions were about timing, legal definitions, and jurisdictional boundaries. For example, representatives from the foreign ministry raised concerns about how to handle Jews in allied or occupied countries such as Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia. The Justice Ministry sought clarification on legal justifications, though by this stage, legality within the Nazi system was a matter of rewriting laws to fit ideology. In essence, the conference streamlined cooperation, ensuring that every arm of the state knew its role in the machinery of destruction. The Wannsee Protocol, the document summarizing the meeting, survives as one of the most chilling records of the Holocaust. Though carefully worded in euphemisms, its meaning is clear to modern readers. Phrases like evacuation to the east and appropriate treatment barely disguise the murderous intent. The inclusion of population figures, detailed down to the hundreds, transforms the document into a ledger of death, a plan for continental annihilation couched in the language of demographics. It stands as irrefutable evidence that the Holocaust was not an improvised series of local atrocities, but a centrally coordinated project of genocide. For many years after the war, the Wannsee Conference remained relatively unknown to the public. Its significance became clearer as historians gained access to the surviving protocol and testimonies. Today, the villa where the meeting took place has been preserved as a memorial and educational center. Walking through its rooms, visitors are confronted with the banality of evil. A quiet lakeside house where men of education and status once calmly arranged the destruction of millions. The conference did not mark the beginning of Nazi genocidal policy. It was already underway, but it formalized and systematized what had until then been somewhat fragmented. It was a turning point not in intent, but in organization, transforming mass murder into a statewide enterprise involving ministries, railways, police, and diplomatic channels. From that moment on, the machinery of genocide accelerated, fed by the confidence that every branch of the Nazi government was now aligned. After the men at Wannsee dispersed into the cold Berlin evening, they returned to their respective ministries with a sense of clarity. The meeting had not introduced entirely new concepts. It had simply reinforced and streamlined them. Yet that clarity was decisive. No longer would there be uncertainty about the regime's ultimate intentions regarding Europe's Jews. Orders might still be delivered in coded phrases, but their meaning was now unmistakable. Deportation eastward was not relocation in any humane sense. It was the prelude to annihilation. For Reinhard Heydrich, the meeting was a demonstration of power. By convening representatives of so many ministries under his chairmanship, he ensured that the SS, specifically the Reich Security Main Office, remained at the center of Jewish policy. Any future objections could be brushed aside with reference to the Wannsee Agreement. The authority he wielded at that meeting would reverberate across occupied Europe. Although Heydrich himself would not live to see the full implementation of the final solution, he was assassinated in Prague later in 1942. His imprint on the process was indelible. The bureaucrats who attended now became cogs in the machinery of mass murder. The Justice Ministry worked to strip Jews of remaining legal protections. The Interior Ministry assisted in identifying and registering Jewish populations across occupied territories. The Foreign Ministry coordinated with Allied governments, pressuring them to surrender their Jewish citizens. Even the Reich Railways became a critical participant, as trains were scheduled with ruthless precision to transport men, women, and children from their homes to ghettos, camps, and ultimately to extermination centers. It is striking to note the absence of open dissent at Wannsee. None of the 15 men present argued against the policy on moral grounds. For them, the discussion was professional, even routine. This raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of complicity. Many of these men were not hardened ideologues, but career administrators, people whose professional ambitions aligned them with the Nazi state. Yet once seated at the table, they offered their skills willingly to facilitate genocide. The line between conviction and obedience blurred, replaced by a chilling sense of normality. The aftermath of Wannsee was felt most immediately in occupied Poland, where the infrastructure of extermination was already emerging. Camps such as Chelmno, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka were either operational or in preparation. These sites were distinct from earlier concentration camps, which had focused on forced labor and imprisonment. Instead, they were designed primarily for killing, using methods that combined industrial efficiency with concealment. Gas chambers became the preferred tool, fueled not only by Nazi obsession with secrecy, but also by the desire to minimize the psychological burden on perpetrators. Shooting entire populations in the open air, as the Einsatzgruppen had done, was considered both inefficient and corrosive to the morale of the men ordered to carry it out. Wannsee accelerated the coordination of deportations to these death camps. Within months, trains began arriving in increasing numbers, packed with Jews from ghettos across Poland. Soon after, deportations expanded from Western Europe as well. Jews from France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany itself were transported eastward, often under the guise of resettlement. Families boarded the trains with belongings, believing they were being moved to labor colonies. Few understood the true destination until it was too late. The deception was deliberate, a feature of Nazi policy designed to reduce resistance and maintain order during transport. The foreign dimension of Wannsee also became clear as the war continued. Allied and satellite states were drawn into the process, whether willingly or under pressure. Slovakia and Croatia cooperated by handing over their Jewish populations to the Germans. Romania, though initially reluctant, participated in mass killings on its own initiative. Hungary resisted deportations for a time, but by 1944, after German occupation, it too delivered hundreds of thousands of Jews to Auschwitz. The bureaucratic blueprint laid out at Wannsee provided the template for these international arrangements. The importance of language at Wannsee cannot be overstated. The euphemisms used that day set a precedent for how genocide would be communicated within official circles. Terms like special treatment and evacuation became administrative shorthand, enabling participants to speak of murder without confronting its raw reality. This linguistic camouflage allowed men to process their roles without acknowledging the full moral weight of their actions. In later trials, some would even claim ignorance, insisting they had not understood what these phrases truly meant. Yet their actions after Wannsee left little doubt that the implications were perfectly clear. Among those most shaped by the meeting was Adolf Eichmann. As secretary at Wannsee, he distilled its conclusions into the protocol, a document both sanitized and revealing. But his role did not end with paperwork. In the months and years that followed, Eichmann became the logistical mastermind of Jewish deportations. His office worked tirelessly to arrange trains, coordinate with local authorities, and ensure the steady flow of victims to the killing centers. Eichmann's meticulous attention to detail reflected the larger spirit of the conference: genocide executed with the efficiency of a government program. Looking back, one might ask why such a meeting was even necessary. After all, the killings were already well underway by early 1942. Yet the Nazi regime thrived on order and structure. Even in committing crimes of unimaginable magnitude, they sought bureaucratic alignment. The Wannsee Conference symbolized this desire for administrative neatness. It ensured that genocide would not be carried out by rogue commanders alone, but would instead be a coordinated policy embraced by the state at every level. The villa itself, with its polished floors and serene lakeside view, remains one of the most haunting sights in Holocaust history. Visitors today walk through rooms that once hosted ordinary government discussions, only to remember that the topic was nothing less than the fate of an entire people. The contrast between the villa's tranquility and the monstrous decisions made within its walls underscores one of history's most unsettling truths. Evil can thrive not only in chaos and violence, but also in order, paperwork, and polite conversation. By the summer of 1942, the machinery set in motion at Wannsee was fully operational. Trains crisscrossed the continent, carrying their human cargo to camps whose names would later become synonymous with horror. Entire communities disappeared in weeks, sometimes days, their centuries of culture and tradition reduced to ashes. At the same time, the German public was kept at a careful distance. Euphemisms shielded ordinary citizens from the full knowledge of what was happening, even as rumors circulated. In this way, the regime maintained a fragile balance between secrecy and efficiency, relying on indifference and denial as much as on active participation. For historians, the Wannsee Conference is a pivotal moment not because it created the final solution, but because it exemplifies its essence: the merging of ideology, bureaucracy, and cold calculation into a single lethal program. It reminds us that genocide is not only carried out on battlefields or in sudden outbursts of violence. It can also emerge from conference tables, signed papers, and agreed-upon protocols. The men at Wannsee did not wield weapons that day. They wielded pens, but their signatures sealed the fate of millions. The survival of the Wannsee Protocol ensures that future generations cannot dismiss the Holocaust as a series of chaotic wartime crimes. It reveals the conscious planning, the nationwide coordination, and the deliberate choices made by men who knew exactly what they were doing. And perhaps most chilling of all, it reveals how normal it all seemed to them at the time: a business meeting, an agenda, a conclusion. That very ordinariness magnifies the horror. Chapter 10: Deportations, Trains of No Return. The decision-making at Wannsee found its most visible expression in the deportations that followed. Across Europe, the rhythm of daily life for Jewish communities was soon interrupted by the sound of whistles, the rumble of train wheels, and the barked commands of German officers. These trains did not carry passengers in the ordinary sense. They carried families, children, elders, and entire neighborhoods, all pushed into cattle cars with little food, less water, and no certainty of where they were going. To those watching from the outside, the spectacle might have looked like relocation. To those inside, It was the beginning of a journey from which few would ever return. The German railway system was among the most efficient in the world at the time, and the Nazi regime harnessed this efficiency to serve its goals. The Reichsbahn, the state railway, became an indispensable partner in mass deportation. Bureaucrats scheduled transports with the same precision they used for freight shipments, ensuring that thousands could be moved eastward in a matter of days. The logistics were staggering. Trains departed from major cities like Paris, Vienna, Amsterdam, and Berlin, weaving a web of connections that converged on the ghettos of occupied Poland and, later, on the extermination camps themselves. For the Jewish population summoned to board these trains, the process often began with sudden announcements. Notices were posted, orders were delivered, or police raids swept through neighborhoods. Families were told to bring only a small allowance of luggage, perhaps a suitcase or two, along with identification papers. The instructions were carefully designed to create the illusion of resettlement. People believed they were being sent to labor colonies or agricultural projects in the East. They packed clothing, tools, even cooking utensils, convinced they might start a new life elsewhere. This deception played a crucial role in keeping the process orderly. Resistance was rare in those early deportations, not because people trusted the regime, but because the alternative was unimaginable. The trains themselves were brutal environments. Each cattle car, designed for livestock or freight, was crammed with dozens of people, often more than 70 or 80, leaving barely enough space to sit. Ventilation was scarce, sanitation non-existent. Journeys could last for days, sometimes weeks, depending on the destination. Water was rarely provided, and food was limited to what families had managed to carry. Many did not survive the trip. Elderly passengers collapsed from exhaustion, children weakened from dehydration, and disease spread quickly in the cramped quarters. When the doors were finally opened at the end of the line, the dead were sometimes pulled out alongside the living. The atmosphere of these deportations varied depending on the country and the level of local collaboration. In Western Europe, such as France and the Netherlands, police forces often assisted the Germans in rounding up Jews. In Paris, the infamous WW2 roundup of July 1942 saw French police arrest more than 13,000 Jews, including thousands of children, who were then confined in a sports stadium before being deported to Auschwitz. In the Netherlands, Dutch railway workers drove the trains that carried nearly 100,000 Jews from Westerbork transit camp to extermination sites. In Eastern Europe, where ghettos had already confined Jewish populations, deportations often followed liquidations of those ghettos. Entire districts were emptied in a matter of days, with residents herded to rail stations under armed guard. The psychological toll of these deportations was profound. For many Jews, the journey represented the final rupture with their homeland. Centuries of cultural life, synagogues, schools, businesses, and traditions were erased as communities were dismantled and dispersed. The deportation did not just remove people physically, it severed them from the memory of belonging. Letters, diaries, and testimonies from survivors often recall the haunting silence that followed the departure of a train. Villages and neighborhoods felt suddenly hollow, as if entire threads of history had been ripped away at the same time. The train symbolized the complete domination of the state over individual lives. To step into a cattle car was to surrender to a machine that operated with chilling efficiency. Once boarded, there was little chance of escape. Windows were barred, doors sealed, guards stationed at every stop. Some attempted to slip through cracks in the wood or pry open doors when trains slowed, but such acts were dangerous and rare. A few managed to jump and survive, spreading word of the horrors they had seen. Yet for most, The train remained an inescapable prison, rolling steadily toward a fate they could not foresee. One of the most disturbing aspects of the deportations was the way they became routine. For railway employees, scheduling a transport to Treblinka or Auschwitz was no different than scheduling a shipment of coal. For local officials, compiling lists of deportees became a clerical task, carried out with rubber stamps and typed forms. Even for soldiers and policemen, escorting trains became part of daily duty. The normalization of deportation turned genocide into procedure, erasing the boundary between crime and bureaucracy. In many cases, deportations generated revenue, as the Reichsbahn charged fares per person, with Jewish communities or confiscated property covering the cost. This grotesque financial logic further demonstrates how fully the machinery of the state was harnessed to the project of destruction. The sheer scale of the deportations remains staggering. Between 1942 and 1944, hundreds of thousands of Jews were deported each month. The ghettos of Warsaw, Lodz, and Krakow were systematically emptied. From Western Europe, trains departed regularly: Paris to Auschwitz, Amsterdam to Sobibor, Brussels to Auschwitz. Each line became a thread in the larger tapestry of the final solution. Even countries allied to Germany, like Italy and Hungary, eventually saw their Jewish populations targeted once German pressure intensified. For the deportees, the end of the journey often brought the most devastating realization. In some cases, they arrived at labor camps, where grueling work and starvation awaited. But in many instances, especially by 1942, the trains rolled directly into extermination centers. At Auschwitz, the sight of the platform and its lines of SS guards marked the beginning of a brutal selection process. Families were separated, some sent to barracks for labor, others marched directly to gas chambers. In places like Treblinka or Sobibor, there was no pretense of labor. The train doors opened, and the killing process began almost immediately. Despite the overwhelming power of the system, moments of resistance and humanity did emerge. Some non-Jews tried to warn neighbors before deportations. Others left food and water near railway tracks in the hope that it might reach those inside. In rare cases, individuals managed to bribe guards or officials to escape deportation altogether. Yet these gestures, while courageous, could not halt the broader machinery. The deportations continued relentlessly, each train another step in the transformation of Europe's Jewish population from a vibrant community into a scattered remnant. The memory of these journeys lingers in survivor testimony more vividly than almost any other aspect of the Holocaust. The stench of the cattle cars, the cries of children, the oppressive heat or freezing cold, the confusion of departure, and the silence of arrival. These details recur in countless accounts. They are reminders that the Holocaust was not only an event of killing, but also one of movement, displacement, and the systematic erasure of presence. The trains became both symbols and instruments of destruction, linking towns and cities across Europe to the isolated killing centers in the East. The story of deportations cannot be told as a single narrative. Each country under Nazi influence experienced the process differently, shaped by geography, politics, and the level of local collaboration. Yet together, these stories form a unified picture of how an entire continent was mobilized for destruction. In France, the deportations became a tragic example of both collaboration and resistance. The Vichy regime, anxious to maintain favor with Berlin, often exceeded German demands in its eagerness to deliver Jews. The July 1942 WW2 roundup, carried out by French police, demonstrated how efficiently a local government could act when aligned with German objectives. Entire families were seized in the middle of the night, given no time to gather possessions, and forced into buses that delivered them to holding centers. From there, trains carried them eastward, most to Auschwitz. The French public watched these events with varying reactions, some with horror, some with indifference, and others with participation. The roundup later became one of the most haunting symbols of how deeply the deportation system reached into the fabric of everyday life in the Netherlands, a country renowned for its orderly administration. Deportations were marked by meticulous record-keeping. The German occupiers, aided by Dutch officials, used census data and registration lists to identify Jewish residents with precision. The Westerbork transit camp became the central hub for deportations, a place where Jews were held temporarily before being loaded onto trains bound for Sobibor, Bergen-Belsen, or Auschwitz. The deportations from the Netherlands were devastatingly thorough. Of the 140,000 Jews living there before the war, about 75% were ultimately deported. Survivor accounts often describe the eerie normality of the process. Trains leaving on schedule, timetables posted, and officials stamping documents as though they were managing a routine migration rather than a march toward death. Belgium and Luxembourg saw similar patterns, though the smaller Jewish populations meant deportations occurred on a reduced scale. In Belgium, resistance movements occasionally sabotaged trains or warned families in advance. One notable act of defiance took place in 1943 when members of the underground managed to stop a deportation train and free several hundred Jews. Such acts, though rare, revealed the cracks that could appear in the system when courage intersected with opportunity. That in Central and Eastern Europe, the deportations were even more devastating, both in scale and in immediacy. Poland, already the site of massive ghettos and extermination camps, experienced deportations as a relentless cycle. The Warsaw Ghetto, the largest in Europe, housed more than 400,000 Jews at its peak. In the summer of 1942, German authorities began the Großaktion Warsaw, a campaign to deport hundreds of thousands to Treblinka. The operation lasted 2 months and ended with the ghetto population reduced by more than half. The deportations were carried out with such force and speed that the community's ability to resist collapsed, though a spark of defiance remained and would later ignite the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Hungary presents a striking example of how swiftly deportations could unfold once German control was established. For much of the war, Hungarian Jews were spared large-scale deportations, though they endured discriminatory laws and forced labor. But in March 1944, when Germany occupied Hungary, the machinery of deportation swung into action with shocking speed. Between May and July of that year, more than 400,000 Hungarian Jews were deported to Auschwitz, many within a matter of weeks. The rapidity of the process remains one of the most chilling demonstrations of how efficiently the deportation system could function once political obstacles were removed. Italy, despite being an Axis partner, initially resisted large-scale deportations of its Jewish population. Mussolini's government imposed anti-Jewish laws, but it was not until Germany occupied northern Italy in 1943 that deportations began in earnest. From cities like Rome, Jews were rounded up and sent to transit camps such as Fossili, from which they were deported to Auschwitz. The deportation of more than 1,000 Jews from Rome in October 1943 remains one of the most infamous episodes of the Italian campaign. Even in countries not fully occupied, the deportation system found its way. In Slovakia, Bulgaria, and Croatia, local governments collaborated to varying degrees, handing over their Jewish populations in exchange for German favor or financial incentives. In Slovakia, thousands were deported to Auschwitz in 1942 with the cooperation of the local fascist regime. Bulgaria, under strong domestic pressure and the intervention of religious and political leaders, managed to halt deportations of Jews from its own territory, though it allowed deportations from annexed lands in Thrace and Macedonia. These contrasting examples demonstrate how local decisions could influence the fate of thousands, though ultimately the power of the German system remained overwhelming. One of the most haunting aspects of the deportations was the way deception remained central throughout. The Nazis maintained the fiction of resettlement until the very end, even instructing deportees to label their luggage carefully, as if they might reclaim it upon arrival. Some camps featured mock railway stations or signs to maintain the illusion. This deliberate misdirection ensured that deportations could proceed with minimal disruption, preventing mass panic that might have made the process more difficult. The cruelty lay not only in the physical suffering, but also in the betrayal of trust. Families clung to the hope of survival, even as the doors of the cattle cars closed around them. The legacy of the deportations extends beyond the immediate suffering of those transported. The process reshaped the very geography of Europe. Cities that had been home to thriving Jewish communities for centuries suddenly found themselves emptied. Neighborhoods that once echoed with Yiddish songs, Jewish prayers, and the rhythms of daily life became silent. Cultural institutions vanished, synagogues were destroyed or abandoned, and the continuity of Jewish presence was broken. The deportations thus carried a double violence. They annihilated lives and they erased memory. From a logistical standpoint, the deportations also reveal the extent to which ordinary systems can be bent toward extraordinary cruelty. The fact that the Reichsbahn charged fares per deportee illustrates the chilling fusion of commerce and genocide. To run a deportation train required station masters, clerks, conductors, and engineers, many of whom later claimed they were just doing their jobs. The banality of this participation underscores one of the most disturbing truths of the Holocaust: that mass atrocity can be carried out not only by fanatical ideologues, but also by bureaucrats, technicians, and workers following orders. For survivors, the memory of deportation often became the defining moment of their wartime experience. The separation from home, the confinement of the cattle cars, the uncertainty of arrival. All these impressions lingered long after liberation. Many who endured deportation lost family members along the way, whether through death during the journey or through selections upon arrival at the camps. Survivor testimonies often return to the same imagery: the suffocating air inside the train, the desperation of parents trying to comfort their children, the silence that fell when the train pulled away from the station, and the familiar landscape disappeared as the war turned against Germany. Deportations did not cease, but shifted in focus. By 1944, as the Soviet army advanced, the Nazis accelerated deportations from occupied territories, desperate to complete their genocidal project before defeat. The trains continued to roll, even as Allied bombers struck German cities and armies pressed in on the Reich. The persistence of deportations in these final years reveals the centrality of the final solution to the Nazi worldview. Even as the war was clearly lost, the regime devoted enormous resources to ensuring the destruction of European Jewry. Looking back, the deportations stand as one of the clearest examples of how genocide operates not only through killing but through movement, through the forced displacement of populations on a scale so vast that it reshapes societies. The trains became the arteries of destruction, carrying human cargo from every corner of Europe to the heart of darkness in the East. The deportations remind us that genocide is not only an act of violence, but also an act of engineering, requiring schedules, timetables, budgets, and the willing participation of countless individuals. The echoes of those trains can still be felt today. Survivors speak of them with a kind of haunted clarity, recalling not only the journey itself, but also the silence that followed in the communities left behind. Empty houses, abandoned synagogues, and vacant streets became silent witnesses to the absence of those who had been deported. In many European towns, the Jewish presence was so thoroughly erased that later generations grew up scarcely aware it had ever existed. The deportations were not merely the removal of people, they were the removal of entire worlds. Chapter 11. Camps of Suffering, Forced Labor and Survival. The system of camps established by the Nazi regime was not uniform. While some facilities were designed explicitly for extermination, others served primarily as centers of forced labor, though the distinction between the two often blurred. The camps of suffering, as they might be called, became sites where survival itself was a daily challenge, and where the very act of staying alive required resilience, ingenuity, and, often, sheer chance. These places were not simply prisons. They were landscapes of exploitation, constructed to feed the Nazi war machine, while simultaneously dehumanizing those trapped within their fences. The earliest concentration camps, established shortly after Hitler's rise to power in 1933, were intended as instruments of political repression. Sites like Dachau, near Munich, became prototypes for the system that would expand across Europe. Initially, these camps housed political opponents, communists, socialists, trade unionists, along with others deemed undesirable, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, and homosexuals. Over time, Jews came to constitute an ever larger portion of the prisoner population. The camps evolved from tools of intimidation into mechanisms of control and, eventually, into engines of forced labor and destruction. Life in these camps was defined by a brutal routine. Prisoners were woken before dawn, often beaten out of sleep by guards. Roll calls could last for hours, with inmates forced to stand motionless in freezing cold or sweltering heat. Those too weak to remain standing risked beatings or execution on the spot. After roll call, work details were assigned. Prisoners might be sent to labor in quarries, on construction sites, or in workshops producing goods for the German military. The work was deliberately exhausting, often beyond the physical capacity of those performing it, and it was carried out with minimal food and rest. Malnutrition, exhaustion, and disease became constant companions. The rations provided were wholly inadequate. A thin slice of bread, a watery soup, perhaps a scrap of margarine. These meager offerings were expected to sustain men and women engaged in backbreaking labor for 12 or more hours a day. Hunger gnawed constantly, reducing prisoners to shadows of themselves. Inmates learned to treasure even the smallest crumb or potato peel, sometimes trading bits of food as though they were precious currency. Stories abound of prisoners risking severe punishment to steal food from kitchens or fields, knowing that discovery could mean death, but also knowing that hunger was itself a slow executioner. Despite these conditions, the camps were not chaotic. They operated under strict discipline, with hierarchies enforced by guards and, within the prisoner population, by capos, prisoners placed in positions of authority. Some capos used their power to exploit and brutalize fellow inmates, while others tried to shield those under their supervision. This internal system created divisions within the prisoner population, deepening the suffering by forcing individuals to navigate not only the cruelty of the guards, but also the shifting loyalties of fellow captives. Disease was rampant in the camps. Overcrowding, poor sanitation, and malnutrition created the perfect breeding grounds for epidemics of typhus, dysentery, and tuberculosis. Medical care was virtually non-existent, and what little did exist was often accompanied by cruelty. In some camps, prisoners were subjected to medical experiments under the guise of scientific research. These so-called experiments inflicted terrible pain and suffering, ranging from exposure to extreme cold to injections with deadly pathogens. For the majority, illness meant being rendered unfit for labor, and in the logic of the Nazi system, those unable to work were considered expendable. The geography of suffering was vast. Camps like Dachau, Buchenwald, Sachsenhausen, and Ravensbrück became notorious names in the geography of terror. Each had its own particular features, but shared the same fundamental purpose: to exploit labor and break human beings down to their most vulnerable state. Ravensbrück, for example, became the primary camp for women, where inmates endured forced labor in textile factories and armaments production. Buchenwald combined stone quarries with industrial workshops, its prisoners producing goods that fueled the Nazi war machine. The SS managed these sites with ruthless efficiency, turning the suffering of captives into a resource for the state. Prisoners came from across occupied Europe. Jews were prominent among them, but so too were Poles, Soviet prisoners of war, political dissidents from France or the Netherlands, Roma families, and countless others. The camps became melting pots of misery, where languages and cultures mingled in the struggle for survival. This diversity sometimes offered a sense of solidarity. Songs sung in different tongues, prayers whispered in multiple traditions, but it could also breed mistrust, as groups competed for limited resources and privileges. The psychological toll of camp life cannot be overstated. Prisoners were stripped not only of their physical health, but of their identities. Names were replaced by numbers, uniforms replaced personal clothing, and hair was often shaved upon arrival. This systematic dehumanization sought to erase individuality, making it easier for guards to treat prisoners as less than human. Yet, remarkably, many inmates resisted this erasure in small but powerful ways. A smuggled prayer book, a secret sketch, a whispered lullaby, all became acts of defiance, affirmations of humanity in a place designed to deny it. Survival in the camps often depended on networks of mutual aid. Prisoners formed bonds, sharing food, offering comfort, or warning one another of impending dangers. These acts of solidarity, however small, could mean the difference between life and death. Survivors frequently recall how a friend's encouragement, a shared crust of bread, or even the simple companionship of another prisoner gave them the strength to endure another day. Such moments of human connection stood in stark contrast to the calculated cruelty of the system. At the same time, the camps revealed the darkest capacities of human behavior. Guards often treated brutality as sport, devising humiliating punishments or engaging in random acts of violence. Prisoners were sometimes forced to perform meaningless tasks, such as moving heavy stones from one place to another only to return them again, the goal being not productivity but degradation. Executions were staged publicly to instill fear, and torture was used to extract confessions or simply to satisfy the sadism of the overseers. These acts reinforced the omnipresent sense of terror, ensuring that prisoners remained trapped not only physically but psychologically. As the war progressed, the demand for labor grew. German industry, strained by Allied bombing and the needs of the front, relied increasingly on the forced labor extracted from the camps. Companies such as IG Farben, Krupp, and Siemens established factories near or even within camp boundaries, ensuring a steady supply of workers who could be exploited with no concern for their well-being. The intertwining of industry and atrocity underscores how deeply the system of suffering penetrated the wartime economy. Prisoners were worked to exhaustion, and when they could no longer perform, they were discarded and replaced. The camps were also places of transition. For many Jews, they served as way stations on the journey toward extermination. Prisoners who survived initial selections might endure weeks or months of labor before being transported to camps designed explicitly for mass killing. In this way, the camps of suffering became both instruments of exploitation and components of the broader machinery of genocide. Their existence blurred the line between imprisonment and annihilation, revealing how the Nazi system integrated every form of cruelty into its overarching design. Yet even in the depths of this suffering, sparks of resistance flickered. Prisoners sometimes sabotaged production, deliberately working slowly, damaging machinery, or smuggling information to the outside world. Escape attempts, though rare and dangerous, did occur, and in some cases succeeded. Cultural life, too, persisted in secret. Songs were composed, poems recited, and stories told, offering prisoners a sense of identity and hope. These acts, however small, served as powerful reminders that even in the most dehumanizing conditions, the human spirit could assert itself. The forced labor camps stand as enduring symbols of both the capacity for cruelty and the resilience of those who endured them. They reveal how an industrial society can be turned toward destructive purposes, how bureaucracies and businesses can participate in atrocity, and how individuals can find ways to resist even in the face of overwhelming oppression. The suffering within their walls was immense, but the survival of even a fraction of those imprisoned testifies to a strength that defied the intentions of their captors. The expansion of the forced labor system during the Second World War was immense, spreading far beyond Germany's pre-war borders. As the Reich conquered vast territories, it absorbed not only resources and land, but also millions of people who were deemed available for exploitation. Prisoners of war from the Soviet Union, civilians from Poland and Ukraine, and countless others were swept into a vast machinery of forced work that stretched across Europe. While not all of these individuals were confined in concentration camps, many were drawn into that system, where the lines between labor and annihilation became indistinguishably blurred. Within Germany itself, the network of camps grew in both number and complexity. Major camps developed sprawling subcamp systems, smaller satellite facilities located near factories, mines, and construction projects. Auschwitz, for example, became the hub of an enormous complex of labor and extermination, with dozens of subcamps feeding into nearby industrial enterprises. Prisoners there were forced to work under impossible conditions, many in the service of IG Farben's massive Buna synthetic rubber plant. The labor was excruciating, the conditions unlivable, and mortality rates staggeringly high. The role of private industry in sustaining and benefiting from this system cannot be overlooked. German companies, motivated by profit and protected by Nazi ideology, integrated forced labor into their operations. Some argued later that they had little choice, that refusal would have meant ruin. Yet the evidence shows that many firms embraced the opportunities provided. They gained cheap, expendable workers while the state relieved them of responsibility for the welfare of those workers. This collaboration between government and business blurred moral boundaries and demonstrated how ordinary economic interests could be aligned with extraordinary cruelty. Inside the camps, survival strategies varied depending on location, available resources, and the particular constellation of guards, capos, and fellow prisoners. Some inmates attempted to make themselves indispensable by acquiring skills useful to the camp administration. Tailors, shoemakers, carpenters, and even musicians sometimes found niches that offered slightly better conditions. A prisoner who could sew uniforms, repair boots, or provide entertainment for the guards might avoid the harshest labor details. For others, survival depended on alliances, finding a friend who could share a scrap of food, warn of danger, or provide emotional support. Yet survival was never guaranteed, and chance played an enormous role. A prisoner might be struck down in a random beating, selected for transport to a death camp, or succumb suddenly to illness. In this environment of constant uncertainty, maintaining a sense of hope was one of the greatest challenges. Many prisoners spoke later of how they clung to thoughts of family, to religious faith, or to the simple desire to see another sunrise. These mental anchors provided a fragile shield against despair. Women in the camps faced particular hardships. At Ravensbrück, for instance, tens of thousands of women endured forced labor in armaments factories, road construction, and other grueling tasks. They also suffered unique forms of abuse, including sexual violence, forced sterilizations, and medical experiments aimed at testing treatments for wounds or diseases. The cruelty inflicted on women prisoners reflected both the general brutality of the system and the gendered dimensions of Nazi ideology, which sought to control and exploit female bodies as instruments of power. Children, too, were not spared. While many were killed upon arrival at extermination sites, some found themselves in camps of forced labor, particularly if they were old enough to perform tasks but young enough to be easily exploited. Their small bodies were often put to work in dangerous and exhausting conditions. Survivors recall the sight of children struggling under loads far too heavy for them, their frail forms pushed beyond endurance. The presence of children in these camps was a stark reminder of the indiscriminate cruelty of the system. The camps also served as testing grounds for ideological fantasies. Nazi leaders believed that through forced labor, entire populations could be reshaped, disciplined, and eventually eliminated. The suffering inflicted was not merely a byproduct of neglect, but a deliberate policy. Starvation, overwork, and brutality were intended to break people down, both physically and spiritually. In Nazi eyes, prisoners were not only laborers but subjects for a grotesque social experiment, an attempt to impose absolute control over human beings stripped of all rights and protections. As the war dragged on and Germany's fortunes waned, conditions in the camps deteriorated further. Allied bombing disrupted supply lines, leading to even greater shortages of food and medicine. Guards, fearing defeat, became more unpredictable and violent. Prisoners were forced to dig fortifications, clear rubble from bombed cities, and produce weapons in ever more desperate circumstances. The death toll mounted, not only because of killings but also because of the simple impossibility of sustaining life under such crushing deprivation. Despite this, resistance persisted in subtle but significant ways. Prisoners sabotaged machinery, spread information, and, in some cases, staged uprisings. At camps like Sobibor and Treblinka, primarily extermination centers, prisoner revolts led to escapes, even if most participants did not survive. In labor camps, resistance was more often quiet and covert, consisting of slowed production, hidden messages, or acts of solidarity. Each act, however small, was a reminder that the human will could not be entirely extinguished. Liberation, when it came, revealed the full extent of the suffering endured. Allied soldiers arriving at camps like Buchenwald, Dachau, and Bergen-Belsen were confronted with scenes of unimaginable horror, emaciated survivors, piles of corpses, and conditions that defied comprehension. The survivors themselves were often too weak to celebrate, their liberation tempered by illness, grief, and the daunting task of rebuilding shattered lives. Many had lost families, homes, and entire communities. Yet they also bore witness, determined to tell the world what had happened within those walls. The memory of these camps of suffering has endured not only as a historical record, but as a moral lesson. They show how a modern, industrialized society can descend into organized cruelty, how ordinary institutions, businesses, governments, bureaucracies can become complicit in atrocity. At the same time, they reveal the resilience of the human spirit, the ability of individuals to find meaning, solidarity, and even hope in the darkest of places. Survivors who later wrote memoirs, gave testimony, or taught future generations became the voices of those who did not survive, ensuring that the camps would never be forgotten. Reflecting on these camps invites questions that reach beyond history. How can human beings be reduced to numbers, to laboring bodies stripped of dignity? How do societies justify exploitation and cruelty on such a scale? What responsibilities do we bear as inheritors of this history to recognize and prevent similar dehumanization in our own time? These are questions that remain urgent, for the capacity for cruelty is not confined to any single era or ideology. The camps of suffering stand as stark reminders of what can happen when hatred, indifference, and exploitation combine unchecked. The legacy of forced labor and survival is therefore twofold. It testifies to the depths of human cruelty, but also to the persistence of human resilience. Those who endured remind us that survival itself was a form of resistance, that every life preserved in those camps represented a victory, however small, against a system designed to annihilate. Their memories compel us to look inward, to confront the uncomfortable truths about human behavior, and to recommit ourselves to safeguarding the dignity of every individual. In the end, the camps of suffering were not merely places of imprisonment. They were arenas where the very definition of humanity was tested. The guards sought to strip away identity, dignity, and hope. The prisoners, through endurance, solidarity, and memory, preserved fragments of humanity even in the face of overwhelming oppression. That preservation, fragile but enduring, is the legacy that continues to speak across generations. Chapter 12. Camps of Death, Mechanized Mass Murder. The history of the camps that came to be known as death camps represents one of the darkest innovations of the Nazi regime. While concentration camps had existed since the earliest days of Hitler's rule, their primary functions in the 1930s were imprisonment, intimidation, and forced labor. With the launching of the war and, in particular, the invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, a chilling transformation occurred. The machinery of imprisonment and labor merged with the ideology of annihilation, giving rise to a new kind of camp whose primary purpose was not to control or exploit human beings, but to eradicate them. The Nazi leadership, shaped by radical ideology and emboldened by military successes, envisioned entire populations removed from the future of Europe. Their goal extended beyond territorial conquest into demographic engineering, the destruction of those they defined as undesirable, with Jews foremost among them. By late 1941, following mass shootings carried out by mobile killing squads in the East, it became clear that a more systematic, concealed, and efficient method of murder was sought. The solution they devised was chilling in its simplicity: dedicated extermination centers designed not for labor, not for imprisonment, but for death. The first of these death camps emerged in occupied Poland, chosen for its central location, its significant Jewish population, and its distance from the German homeland, where secrecy could more easily be maintained. Chelmno, established in December 1941, became the earliest operational site. Unlike later facilities, Chelmno relied primarily on mobile gas vans, where victims were placed in sealed compartments into which exhaust fumes were piped. This crude but deadly method represented a transition point, bridging the massacres of the Eastern Front and the industrialized systems that followed. From Chelmno, the system expanded rapidly under what became known as Operation Reinhard, the code name for the plan to annihilate the Jewish population of the General Government, the Central Polish Territory under German occupation. 3 camps were constructed for this purpose: Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Each was designed with one goal in mind: the rapid extermination of human beings on a mass scale. Unlike Auschwitz, which combined multiple functions, the Reinhard camps were almost pure killing sites, where new arrivals rarely survived more than a few hours. The design of these camps revealed the chilling efficiency of the system. Trains would arrive packed with deportees from ghettos and towns. Prisoners were told they were being resettled, often instructed to bring belongings, which were later sorted and reused by the German state. Upon arrival, victims were rushed through a tightly controlled process: disembarkation, separation of men from women and children, forced undressing, and herding into what were described as shower facilities. In reality, these were gas chambers disguised to maintain the illusion of routine. Once sealed inside, carbon monoxide from engines was pumped in, killing within minutes. The speed of this process was central to its design. Camps like Treblinka could kill thousands in a single day. Bodies were initially buried in mass graves, but as decomposition created problems, new methods of disposal were introduced. Large cremation pits were dug, where corpses were burned on open-air pyres fed with fuel and human fat. The scale of the destruction was staggering, erasing entire communities in weeks or months. The Jewish population of places like Warsaw, Lublin, and Białystok was reduced almost to nothing within a horrifyingly short span of time. Unlike concentration camps, which developed sprawling bureaucracies and diverse functions, the Reinhard camps were small in size and staffed by relatively few personnel. Yet the death toll was immense. Belzec alone, though operational for less than a year, claimed the lives of around 500,000 people. Treblinka, operating from 1942 to 1943, became the second deadliest camp of the Holocaust, with an estimated 800,000 to 900,000 victims. These numbers, compressed into such brief periods, underscore the concentrated ferocity of the Nazi program. Auschwitz-Birkenau, though not originally designed as a death camp, evolved into the most notorious symbol of mechanized murder. Located in occupied Poland, Auschwitz began as a concentration camp for political prisoners. By 1942, however, Birkenau, the vast second section of the complex, was expanded to include large gas chambers and crematoria. Unlike the Reinhard camps, Auschwitz combined multiple functions: forced labor, medical experimentation, and extermination. Its scale and longevity made it the epicenter of the Nazi killing system. The gas chambers at Auschwitz employed Zyklon B, a cyanide-based pesticide adapted for mass killing. Prisoners were told they were going to shower facilities. Their clothes hung on hooks, sometimes with numbers or names to create the illusion they would return. Once the doors were sealed, pellets of Zyklon B were dropped in through openings, releasing deadly gas that killed within minutes. The chambers were built to accommodate thousands at a time, and the adjoining crematoria ensured a rapid disposal of bodies. The process was designed for efficiency, combining deception, technology, and terror in ways that remain hauntingly difficult to comprehend. The scale of Auschwitz's killing operations dwarfed that of any other camp. Estimates suggest that more than 1 million people, primarily Jews but also Roma, Poles, Soviet prisoners of war, and others, perished there. Its dual role as a labor camp and extermination center created a cruel hierarchy of survival. Some prisoners were selected for work, subjected to brutal conditions in nearby industries, while the majority were sent directly to the gas chambers upon arrival. For those chosen to live, the constant presence of death was inescapable, a daily reminder of the machinery of destruction at the camp's core. What made these camps particularly insidious was the use of prisoners themselves in the killing process. Special units, known as Sonderkommandos, were forced to manage the aftermath of gassings, removing bodies, extracting gold teeth, cutting hair, and operating crematoria. These men lived under constant threat of death themselves, periodically killed and replaced to eliminate witnesses. Their coerced labor reveals the depths of Nazi cruelty, turning victims into unwilling participants in the machinery of annihilation. Yet many of these men later attempted to resist, documenting their experiences in buried writings or participating in uprisings against their captors. The secrecy of the death camps was a crucial aspect of their operation. Isolated in forests or hidden behind barbed wire and watchtowers, they were designed to keep knowledge contained. Deportees often did not know their fate until the final moments, while local populations, though sometimes aware, faced severe punishment if they sought to interfere. The Nazis employed euphemisms, resettlement, evacuation, special treatment, to mask the reality. Even within Germany, most citizens remained ignorant of the true nature of the camps, or chose not to ask questions that might pierce the veil of denial. For those who did glimpse the reality, the shock was overwhelming. A handful of escapees from camps like Sobibor or Auschwitz managed to spread word to the outside world, smuggling reports to resistance groups or allied governments. Yet disbelief often greeted their accounts, as the scale and method of killing seemed beyond imagination. This failure to comprehend, combined with wartime chaos, delayed broader awareness of what was unfolding behind the fences. Inside the death camps, the rhythm of life and death followed a brutal cycle. For most deportees, the cycle lasted only hours, sometimes even less. Trains arrived on sidings near the camps, their human cargo pressed tightly into cattle cars with little food, water, or air. The journey itself often claimed lives, especially during long transports in the heat of summer or the freezing cold of winter. Those who survived the journey stumbled out, dazed and weakened, into a world designed for their destruction. The first impressions were deliberately misleading. Guards barked orders, and signs gave instructions as though the newcomers were about to undergo a process of disinfection or resettlement. The facade of normality was essential to keep people compliant in those final moments. The very architecture of the camps was built to channel prisoners quickly and efficiently toward their end, minimizing panic and resistance. Narrow fenced walkways, euphemistically called the tube in Treblinka, funneled victims directly from undressing areas to gas chambers. The system depended on deception. People were told to label their luggage, remember where it was placed, and tie their shoes together. These small instructions gave the illusion of a temporary process. Families clung to hope even as they were separated, believing they would soon reunite. Mothers reassured children with words of comfort, not knowing that death was minutes away. The psychological cruelty of this deception added another layer of suffering, denying victims the chance even to confront their fate with clarity. For the minority of prisoners who were not killed immediately, life inside the camps was defined by terror and coercion. Sonderkommando units, drawn from recent arrivals, lived and worked in conditions that defy comprehension. They were forced to guide fellow prisoners into the gas chambers, then remove their bodies once death had come. In the chaos after a gassing, they labored silently under the eyes of armed guards, stacking corpses, pulling gold teeth, shearing hair, and transporting remains to crematoria or open-air pits. The psychological torment of these men was unimaginable. They were compelled to participate in a process that murdered their own people, often even their own families. Yet resistance flickered even in these depths. Some Sonderkommandos secretly buried accounts of what they witnessed, leaving messages for posterity. Others organized revolts, knowing that survival was unlikely but determined to strike back against their captors. At Auschwitz in 1944, such a revolt succeeded in destroying one of the crematoria, a brief act of defiance in the midst of overwhelming destruction. Not all camps were identical in their function or rhythm. The Reinhard camps, such as Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, operated with terrifying speed. The majority of prisoners were killed within hours of arrival. Auschwitz, by contrast, became a hybrid, a place of both mass murder and extended imprisonment. Those selected for labor faced daily brutality, starvation, disease, and endless toil in nearby factories or construction sites. Survival was measured in weeks or months, and the line between the living and the dead was agonizingly thin. The guards and administrators of the camps embodied the machinery of cruelty. Many were ordinary men, not ideological zealots, but individuals swept into service by circumstance, careerism, or indoctrination. Testimonies after the war revealed chillingly banal attitudes. Some spoke of their duties as though describing routine administrative work. Others revealed a callous detachment, treating human lives as numbers on a ledger. This ordinariness of perpetrators shocked the world after 1945, challenging assumptions about who is capable of such acts. Yet the camps also saw moments of resistance. At Treblinka in August 1943, prisoners staged a revolt, seizing weapons, setting buildings ablaze, and attempting escape. Hundreds were killed in the attempt, but some managed to survive and later testify about the camp's operations. Sobibor witnessed a similar uprising in October 1943 when prisoners killed several guards and broke through the barbed wire. Around 300 fled into the surrounding forests. Though many were recaptured, dozens survived to tell their story. These uprisings, rare as they were, proved that even under unimaginable oppression, human beings sought to reclaim dignity and fight for life. The Nazis, aware of the enormity of their crimes, sought to erase evidence as the war turned against them. In 1942 and 1943, mass graves were reopened, and bodies were exhumed to be burned on massive pyres. Operation 1005, as it was called, aimed to conceal traces of extermination across occupied territories. Camp structures were dismantled, records destroyed, and survivors systematically murdered to silence witnesses. At sites like Treblinka and Sobibor, the camps were leveled and the ground plowed over, often planted with crops or disguised as farms. But despite these efforts, traces remained: ashes in the soil, bones that could not fully burn, and the testimonies of those who had escaped point. One of the most disturbing aspects of the death camps was the systematic looting of victims' possessions. Luggage was sorted in vast warehouses, known at Auschwitz as Canada, because of the abundance of goods. Clothing, jewelry, shoes, eyeglasses, and even hair were collected, processed, and shipped to Germany. The material wealth of the murdered was absorbed into the Nazi economy, turning genocide into both an ideological and economic enterprise. The efficiency with which every item was repurposed underscores the chilling pragmatism of the system. The reactions of the outside world were complex and often tragically insufficient. Rumors and reports circulated about the camps, carried by escapees or resistance networks. In 1942, detailed information about Auschwitz and Treblinka reached Allied governments. Yet disbelief, coupled with wartime priorities, meant that large-scale responses were delayed or limited. Military leaders argued that bombing the camps or rail lines was impractical, focusing instead on defeating Germany militarily as the only path to liberation. For the victims, this delay meant that the machinery of death continued largely unimpeded until the very end of the war. When liberation finally came, the world confronted the reality of the camps with stunned disbelief. Soviet forces reached Majdanek in July 1944 and Auschwitz in January 1945. Western Allied troops liberated Buchenwald, Dachau, and Bergen-Belsen in the spring of 1945. Though some of these camps were primarily concentration or labor camps, they revealed the same horrors of starvation, disease, and death. At Auschwitz, soldiers discovered warehouses filled with belongings, suitcases, shoes, mountains of human hair, silent testimony to the millions who had perished. The survivors who emerged were emaciated, scarred, and forever changed. Their testimonies became the foundation of post-war understanding, offering glimpses into experiences that defied comprehension. Some struggled to speak, silenced by trauma or disbelief. Others dedicated their lives to remembrance, determined that the world should never forget. Their voices provided irreplaceable insight into what it meant to endure the machinery of death from within. The legacy of the death camps extends beyond the historical moment of their operation. They represent the culmination of an ideology that dehumanized entire populations, reducing individuals to numbers, possessions, or ashes. They show how modern technology, bureaucracy, and planning can be harnessed for destruction when unchecked by morality or compassion. They stand as warnings of what can happen when prejudice evolves into policy, and policy evolves into annihilation. In the years since, the physical sites of some camps have been preserved as memorials. Auschwitz-Birkenau stands as perhaps the most powerful of these, with ruins of gas chambers, barbed wire fences, and endless rows of barracks preserved in silence. Visitors walk through these spaces in reverence, grappling with the enormity of what occurred. The sites demand reflection, not only on the past but on the present, challenging each generation to confront the potential for hatred, indifference, and violence in human societies. The story of the camps is not confined to statistics or structures. It is found in the fragments of lives cut short, the letters never delivered, the children's drawings left behind, the family photographs scattered among ashes. It is found in the testimonies of survivors, who describe not only suffering but also moments of courage, friendship, and faith in the face of annihilation. These voices remind us that behind every number was a person with hopes, fears, and dreams, extinguished by a machinery of death, but remembered in memory and history. In the end, the camps of death were the final stage of a long process of dehumanization. They did not appear suddenly, but were the product of years of propaganda, discrimination, violence, and war. Understanding them requires tracing that path, recognizing how words paved the way for actions and how actions escalated into destruction. Only by seeing this continuum can we guard against its repetition. Chapter 13: Silence, Resistance, and Rescue. Reactions in Europe and beyond. As the machinery of destruction spread across Europe, so too did whispers of what was happening. News traveled unevenly, carried by refugees, resistance networks, neutral diplomats, and occasionally by those who had managed to escape the ghettos or camps. Yet despite the gravity of the revelations, responses across Europe and the wider world varied, ranging from courageous defiance to fearful silence, from heroic rescue to indifference and denial. This spectrum of reaction forms one of the most haunting aspects of the final solution, that while millions were murdered, the world around them grappled with how, or whether, to act.in occupied Europe. Jewish communities often found themselves isolated, with surrounding populations either unwilling or afraid to intervene. Fear of Nazi reprisals was powerful. Helping Jews could mean execution, imprisonment, or collective punishment for entire families and villages. In Poland, where the largest number of Jews lived and where many of the extermination camps were located, the German occupiers enforced terror with ruthless efficiency. Signs warned that aiding Jews was punishable by death. Even so, some Poles risked everything to hide families in cellars, barns, and attics. The story of Irina Sendler, a social worker in Warsaw who smuggled hundreds of children out of the ghetto and placed them with sympathetic families, illustrates the extraordinary courage such choices required. Elsewhere, resistance took different forms. In Denmark, when the Nazi occupiers planned a mass deportation in 1943, word spread quickly through the underground. In a remarkable national effort, fishermen ferried over 7,000 Jews across the narrow straits to neutral Sweden. Nearly the entire Danish Jewish population was saved, a rare example of widespread resistance succeeding against the machinery of genocide. Similarly, in Bulgaria, pressure from church leaders, intellectuals, and even some politicians prevented the deportation of the country's Jewish citizens, although Jews in Bulgarian-occupied territories like Thrace and Macedonia were not spared. These examples show that resistance at the societal level was possible, though tragically rare. In contrast, in other regions, collaboration or indifference facilitated the Nazi project. In Vichy, France, local authorities participated in the rounding up of Jews, filling trains bound for Auschwitz. In the Netherlands, despite a strong resistance movement, efficient bureaucracy and police cooperation meant that over 3/4 of the Jewish population perished. Some individuals resisted heroically, hiding children, forging documents, or guiding people to safe houses. But the machinery of collaboration often outweighed these acts. The question of silence looms large in this chapter of history. For many Europeans, silence was a survival strategy. Occupied nations faced food shortages, curfews, and the constant threat of violence. In such conditions, people focused on their own survival, often choosing not to see the fate of their Jewish neighbors. Trains passed through towns, filled with human cargo, yet the majority of people looked away. Silence was not always born of hatred. Often it was born of fear or self-preservation. But silence, whatever its reason, created the conditions in which genocide could proceed largely unhindered. The Catholic Church and other religious institutions also played complex roles. Pope Pius XII has been the subject of intense debate. Critics argue that his public silence in the face of Nazi atrocities represented a moral failure, a refusal to use the power of the papacy to denounce evil. Others point to quiet efforts behind the scenes, such as the hiding of Jews in convents and monasteries in Italy. Local priests and nuns sometimes acted with remarkable bravery, sheltering children or forging baptismal certificates to create false identities. Yet the institutional church as a whole struggled to find its voice. The tension between moral responsibility and political caution haunted its wartime choices. Across the Atlantic, the reactions of the Allied powers were shaped by war priorities and public perception. By 1942, governments in London and Washington had received reliable reports of mass killings. Messages from the Polish underground, as well as the testimony of escapees from camps like Chelmno and Auschwitz, painted a chilling picture. That year, the Allies issued a declaration condemning the atrocities, but concrete action lagged. Calls to bomb Auschwitz or the rail lines leading to it were dismissed as militarily impractical or as distractions from the broader war effort. For leaders like Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, victory over Germany remained the overriding objective. To them, only by defeating Hitler could the killing be stopped. Public awareness was uneven. Newspapers carried occasional reports of mass killings, but the scale was difficult for many to grasp. The numbers seemed unbelievable, the cruelty unimaginable. In some cases, reports were buried deep in the paper, overshadowed by battles, political developments, and other wartime news. For civilians far from the front lines, the Holocaust often remained abstract, a distant tragedy obscured by the immediacy of their own wartime struggles. Neutral nations, too, found themselves confronted with moral choices. Switzerland became a hub for refugees and information, but its border policies were often restrictive. Thousands of Jews who sought safety were turned away. Sweden, in contrast, not only sheltered Danish Jews, but also later accepted survivors from camps as the war neared its end. Spain and Portugal, under authoritarian regimes, maintained official neutrality, but at times permitted transit visas that allowed refugees to escape. These varied responses highlight the moral ambiguity that neutral nations navigated, balancing humanitarian impulses against political caution and self-interest. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the occupied territories, Jewish resistance movements emerged despite impossible odds. In ghettos like Warsaw, underground groups organized armed uprisings. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943, though ultimately crushed, stands as one of the most powerful symbols of defiance. Starving, poorly armed, and outnumbered, the fighters held off German forces for weeks. Their courage echoed far beyond the ghetto walls, proving that even in the face of certain death, human dignity and resistance could endure. Other forms of resistance were quieter, but no less significant. Smuggling food, hiding children, writing diaries, and documenting atrocities were all acts of defiance. Emanuel Ringelblum's Oynegschab's archive in the Warsaw Ghetto preserved invaluable records of daily life, buried in milk cans and tin boxes to outlast the destruction. These fragments of testimony survived the war and today offer historians a priceless window into the lived experience of those trapped in the machinery of genocide. The reactions of individuals and societies across Europe were shaped by many factors: fear, prejudice, compassion, and courage. Some chose silence, others chose collaboration. A few chose resistance at staggering personal risk. Each choice, however small, contributed to the unfolding of history. The final solution was not only the product of Nazi ideology and machinery, but also of the responses, or lack thereof, of those who lived around it as the war dragged on and the machinery of the final solution accelerated. The question of how the world responded, or failed to respond, became ever more pressing. For Jews trapped within the Nazi system, the outside world represented both a faint hope and a bitter disappointment. Rumors circulated of Allied leaders condemning atrocities, of neutral nations offering some shelter, of brave individuals defying the occupiers. Yet for the vast majority, rescue never arrived. Their fate was shaped as much by silence as by active persecution. The power of silence is difficult to overstate. Silence allowed trains to roll unhindered, carrying men, women, and children to their deaths. Silence allowed bureaucrats to stamp papers, file reports, and maintain the appearance of normality. Silence filled the spaces between rumors and knowledge, making it easier for societies to deny what they half suspected. In this sense, silence became not simply an absence of sound, but an active presence in history, a shield behind which mass murder unfolded. Yet silence was not universal. In every occupied country, there were individuals and small groups who chose to resist, often in ways that remain less remembered than armed uprisings, but no less courageous. Teachers altered school records to protect Jewish children. Farmers hid fugitives in barns. Doctors falsified medical certificates to exempt people from forced labor. Underground printers produced false identity papers, painstakingly forged to deceive Nazi authorities. Each of these acts, however small, represented a refusal to accept the final solution as inevitable. One of the most striking examples of organized rescue was the work of Raoul Wallenberg, a Swedish diplomat in Budapest. In 1944, as the Germans moved to deport Hungary's Jews, Wallenberg issued thousands of protective passports, placed Jews under Swedish protection, and established safe houses flying the Swedish flag. His efforts saved tens of thousands of lives. Similarly, in France, individuals like Pastor André Trocmé in the village of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon organized networks to hide Jewish children, treating rescue as a moral imperative rooted in faith. These efforts show how individual conviction could ripple outward, inspiring communities to act. The actions of diplomats sometimes made the difference between life and death. Shun Sugihara, a Japanese consul in Lithuania, issued transit visas against his government's instructions, enabling thousands of Jews to escape through the Soviet Union to Japan and beyond. His quiet defiance was remembered decades later as one of the most extraordinary acts of conscience by a government official. Stories like these remind us that even within the rigid structures of states and armies, personal choice retained power at the same time. There were examples of betrayal and collaboration. Across occupied Europe, informants denounced Jews in hiding, sometimes for ideological reasons, often for money or food. The willingness of neighbors to expose neighbors underscores the perilous fragility of trust under occupation. In places like Eastern Europe, local militias sometimes participated in roundups and killings, driven by a toxic blend of anti-Semitism, opportunism, and fear. The spectrum of human behavior, from betrayal to heroism, was laid bare in the crucible of Nazi terror. Beyond Europe, Jewish organizations in the United States and elsewhere worked tirelessly to raise awareness and pressure governments to act. Rallies, petitions, and advertisements attempted to bring the plight of European Jews into the public eye. Yet divisions within these communities sometimes weakened their impact. Some leaders feared that too much emphasis on Jewish suffering might provoke anti-Semitism at home or distract from the Central War effort. The struggle to balance advocacy with pragmatism reveals the dilemmas faced even in societies far removed from direct Nazi control. The Bermuda Conference of 1943, held by Britain and the United States to discuss the refugee crisis, remains one of the most notorious missed opportunities. Despite mounting evidence of mass killings, the conference produced little more than vague statements. Practical measures to increase refugee admissions or create safe havens were avoided, reflecting political caution and a lack of urgency. For Jews still trapped in Europe, the Bermuda Conference symbolized the limits of Allied compassion. Another haunting question concerns the bombing of Auschwitz. By 1944, Allied planes were flying within range of the camp. Detailed reports had described the gas chambers and crematoria. Jewish leaders pleaded with military planners to bomb either the camp itself or the rail lines feeding it. Yet the requests were rejected. Military officials argued that precision bombing was unreliable, that diverting resources from strategic targets would delay victory, and that bombing might kill prisoners as well as guards. In retrospect, historians continue to debate whether bombing could have saved lives. What is certain is that the decision reflected the grim calculus of wartime priorities. Destroying the Nazi regime was seen as more urgent than intervening directly in the mechanics of genocide. The responses of occupied populations were also shaped by centuries of cultural attitudes. In some places, deep-rooted anti-Semitism made collaboration with Nazi policies easier. In others, traditions of tolerance or strong moral leadership fostered resistance. The Dutch case is particularly complex. While some Dutch citizens sheltered Jews with extraordinary bravery, the country's efficient bureaucracy and widespread denunciations contributed to one of the highest death rates in Western Europe. This duality illustrates how societal structures and individual choices intersected to produce vastly different outcomes. Silence, however, was not limited to ordinary citizens. Intellectuals, artists, and writers often struggled with how, or whether, to speak. Some attempted to encode messages of resistance in their work, while others avoided the subject altogether, fearing censorship or reprisal. After the war, many wrestled with guilt for not having done more. The role of cultural silence underscores that the final solution was not only a military and political event, but also a moral and cultural crisis. The broader world, too, was caught between awareness and action. By 1944, as Allied troops advanced and camps were liberated, the scope of Nazi crimes became undeniable. Images of emaciated survivors, piles of corpses, and abandoned barracks shocked global audiences. Yet even then, disbelief lingered. The sheer scale of the atrocities seemed to defy comprehension. For those who had doubted or minimized earlier reports, liberation forced a confrontation with reality. In the aftermath, questions of silence, resistance, and rescue became central to how societies remembered the war. Survivors carried memories of those who had helped them, often at great risk. At the same time, they remembered the indifference of neighbors, the bureaucrats who turned them away, the nations that closed their borders. The legacy of these memories shaped post-war debates about morality, responsibility, and the obligations of humanity in the face of evil. Ultimately, the story of reactions to the final solution is one of contrasts. There were moments of extraordinary courage, where individuals and communities rose above fear to affirm the value of human life. There were also moments of profound failure, where silence and indifference enabled the machinery of death to operate unimpeded. Between these poles lay the complex reality of millions of choices made under occupation in conditions that tested the very limits of human morality. When we examine this history, the haunting question lingers: how would we have responded? Would we have remained silent, looked away, tried to survive? Or would we have risked everything to help? These questions resonate because they are not confined to the past. They remind us that indifference and silence remain powerful forces, and that the lessons of resistance and rescue are as urgent today as they were in the darkest years of the 20th century. Chapter 14: The Collapse of the Regime, Liberation and Aftermath. By 1944, the Nazi Empire that had once stretched across much of Europe began to crumble under the combined pressure of Allied advances from the West and Soviet offensives from the East. The once victorious armies of Germany now faced defeat on every front, and the promise of Hitler's thousand-year Reich shrank into the desperate reality of a regime fighting for survival. For the Jews still trapped within ghettos, camps, and hiding places, this collapse carried both the faint glimmer of hope and the looming specter of further destruction. The story of the regime's final years is inseparable from the liberation of those who had endured the final solution, and from the chaos that followed. The Eastern Front proved decisive in breaking the Nazi system. In 1943, The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked the beginning of relentless Soviet advances westward. Each push deeper into occupied territory revealed evidence of mass killings. Pits filled with bodies, abandoned ghettos emptied of inhabitants, camps hastily dismantled but still bearing traces of horror. Soviet soldiers, hardened by years of brutal combat, found themselves stunned by the systematic nature of Nazi crimes. As villages were retaken, survivors emerged from forests and cellars, gaunt and fearful, their presence living proof of atrocities that words could barely capture. Meanwhile, in the West, the Allied landings in Normandy in June 1944 opened a new front against Germany. As American, British, and Canadian forces advanced through France, they too encountered camps, though initially ones focused on forced labor rather than mass extermination. These discoveries began to hint at the broader system of oppression, though the full scale remained concealed within the territories still held by the retreating Germans. For soldiers and journalists alike, the contrast between the green fields of Europe and the skeletal figures behind barbed wire was almost impossible to process. The collapse of the regime did not immediately translate into safety for Jews in occupied areas. In fact, as the Nazis sensed defeat, their policies sometimes became even more brutal. Evacuations of camps often took the form of death marches, in which prisoners were forced to walk hundreds of miles under guard, through snow and mud, with little food or water. Anyone who faltered was shot. These marches claimed tens of thousands of lives, turning the roads of Europe into open-air graveyards. They also symbolized the regime's determination to continue its war against the Jews even as its own defeat loomed. The liberation of camps unfolded gradually, often unpredictably, as advancing armies stumbled upon sites of unimaginable suffering. In July 1944, Soviet troops reached Majdanek near Lublin, one of the first major extermination camps to be liberated. The speed of their advance had prevented the Germans from fully dismantling the camp, leaving behind gas chambers, crematoria, and piles of shoes and clothing belonging to victims. Western journalists who visited Majdanek at first struggled to believe what they saw, suspecting exaggeration or propaganda. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The liberation of Majdanek marked the beginning of global awareness of the Holocaust scale that in January 1945, the Red Army liberated Auschwitz, the largest and most infamous of the camps. By then, most prisoners had been evacuated on death marches, but thousands remained, emaciated, sick, and barely alive. Soldiers discovered warehouses filled with human hair, glasses, suitcases, and children's toys, chilling reminders of the human beings who had perished. The name Auschwitz would become synonymous with the final solution, a shorthand for the industrialized killing that defined the Nazi project. Yet for those first soldiers entering the camp, the immediate reality was not symbolism, but human suffering on a scale beyond imagination. The Western Allies encountered their own revelations as they pushed into Germany. In April 1945, American forces liberated Buchenwald and Dachau, while British troops entered Bergen-Belsen. What they found shocked even the most battle-hardened veterans. Bergen-Belsen, in particular, presented scenes of mass death without precedent. Thousands of unburied corpses lay in heaps, while survivors wandered in a state of starvation and disease. British soldiers, unprepared for such conditions, immediately mobilized doctors, nurses, and supplies, but the toll was staggering. In the weeks after liberation, thousands more died despite medical efforts, their bodies too weakened by years of deprivation. For many survivors, liberation was both salvation and trauma. The sudden collapse of the structures that had governed their lives did not instantly erase the scars of suffering. Survivors often described a sense of numbness, disbelief, or even guilt at having lived when so many others had perished. Hunger and disease lingered, and the chaos of wars and left them uncertain where to turn. Families had been shattered, communities destroyed. Liberation brought freedom, but it also forced survivors to confront the enormity of loss. The collapse of the Nazi regime also revealed the extent of complicity within German society. As Allied forces occupied towns and villages, they compelled local populations to confront the nearby camps. Civilians were marched past piles of corpses, made to bury the dead, or forced to look upon the survivors. For many, the confrontation shattered claims of ignorance. While not everyone had known the full extent of extermination, the visibility of deportations, ghettos, and forced labor camps made denial implausible. The liberation thus became not only a military victory, but also a moral reckoning that in the days leading to Germany's surrender, Hitler clung to visions of total destruction. In his final testament, dictated in a Berlin bunker as Soviet troops closed in, he railed against Jews and blamed them for the war. Even in defeat, the obsession that had fueled the final solution remained at the center of Nazi ideology. His suicide in April 1945, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender in May, ended the regime but left behind the ruins of a continent scarred by genocide. For soldiers, journalists, and civilians who witnessed liberation firsthand, the memories became indelible. Photographs and films documented the horrors, providing evidence that would later serve in trials and historical accounts. Yet the immediate challenge was not only to record but to respond. How to care for the survivors, how to bury the dead, how to make sense of the devastation. In this way, the collapse of the regime forced humanity to confront questions of responsibility and justice even before the war was fully over. The liberation of camps also exposed the inadequacy of language. Words like atrocity or crime seemed insufficient to describe what soldiers saw. Survivors struggled to convey their experiences, often meeting disbelief or incomprehension when they tried to explain. The enormity of what had happened seemed to resist expression. This linguistic crisis mirrored the broader moral crisis. How could the world integrate such events into its understanding of human history? Liberation brought these questions to the surface, questions that would shape memory and justice for decades to come. In the final months of the war, Europe was a continent in ruins, not only physically but morally. The collapse of the Nazi regime marked the end of a political order built on conquest and extermination, but it also laid bare the consequences of silence, complicity, and fanaticism. Liberation was both an ending and a beginning, the end of the camps and the final solution, and the beginning of a long struggle to rebuild, to remember, and to seek justice. The immediate aftermath of liberation brought into focus a monumental humanitarian crisis. Survivors emerging from the camps and hiding places were often too weak to stand, their bodies ravaged by starvation, disease, and years of mistreatment. Allied soldiers tried to help, sometimes feeding survivors too quickly with rich food, which could prove fatal for malnourished bodies unaccustomed to digestion. Medical units were rushed into the camps, makeshift hospitals established, and efforts made to disinfect barracks crawling with lice that spread typhus. Despite these efforts, thousands died in the days and weeks following liberation, their bodies finally giving out after enduring years of cruelty. The displaced persons (DP) crisis soon became one of the most urgent challenges facing the Allies. By the war's end, millions of individuals roamed Europe without homes, former prisoners, forced laborers, refugees, and those liberated from camps. Jewish survivors, in particular, faced unique hardships. Returning to their pre-war homes often proved impossible, for their families had been annihilated and their communities erased. In some cases, survivors who tried to go back to their towns encountered hostility, even violence, from neighbors who had taken over their homes and businesses. Pogroms occurred in places like Kielce, Poland, in 1946, where Jewish returnees were attacked and killed. Such experiences underscored that liberation did not erase anti-Semitism, nor did it guarantee a safe place to rebuild lives. To address the DP crisis, Allied authorities set up camps specifically for displaced persons. Ironically, many of these camps were located in former military barracks or even repurposed concentration camp facilities. For survivors, the sight of barbed wire and watchtowers was a bitter reminder of captivity, though the DP camps functioned as way stations toward recovery rather than sites of oppression. In these camps, Jewish survivors began to organize, forming committees, schools, and cultural groups. For the first time in years, they could express themselves openly, even if the wounds of the past remained raw. The DP camps also became centers of political activity. Many survivors pushed for immigration, particularly to Palestine, where they hoped to build new lives far from the continent that had betrayed them. British restrictions on Jewish immigration to Palestine led to tensions, and survivors often staged protests or attempted illegal immigration, boarding ships bound for the Mediterranean. The most famous of these incidents was the voyage of the Exodus 1947, which carried Jewish refugees attempting to reach Palestine, but was turned back by the British, sparking international outrage. These struggles highlighted the unresolved question of Jewish statehood, a question that would soon culminate in the creation of Israel in 1948. In the meantime, the Allies sought to hold perpetrators accountable. The Nuremberg trials, beginning in November 1945, placed leading Nazi officials on trial for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes against peace. For the first time in history, an international tribunal prosecuted leaders of a defeated regime not only for waging aggressive war, but also for atrocities against civilians. Evidence from liberated camps formed a crucial part of the prosecution's case. Films, photographs, and eyewitness testimony left little room for denial. Survivors testified to the horrors they had endured, giving voices to millions who could no longer speak. The trials did more than punish individuals. They established a legal precedent. Concepts like genocide, coined by Raphael Lemkin during the war, and crimes against humanity entered international law. The final solution thus shaped not only memory, but the very framework of global justice. Yet the trials also raised difficult questions. Why had so many perpetrators escaped justice? Why had ordinary citizens participated or remained silent? While Nuremberg punished the most visible leaders, countless others who had contributed to the machinery of extermination blended back into post-war society. This uneasy balance between justice and impunity haunted survivors for decades. Beyond legal processes, liberation sparked debates about memory and representation. Journalists who documented the camps in 1945 often worried that audiences back home would refuse to believe the horrors they described. Photographs and films helped overcome disbelief, but they also risked reducing victims to anonymous images of suffering. Survivors themselves struggled with how to tell their stories. Some felt an obligation to bear witness immediately, while others remained silent for years, unable to revisit the trauma. Liberation opened the possibility of remembrance, but remembrance itself became a difficult and contested process. The moral reckoning extended beyond Germany. In France, Poland, Hungary, and other countries, questions of collaboration and resistance arose. Many governments sought to portray their populations as victims of Nazi occupation, minimizing the extent to which locals had assisted in deportations or profited from the persecution of Jews. Liberation made it impossible to ignore these issues, but it did not automatically resolve them. In some cases, survivors who returned home were met with indifference or hostility, their suffering unwelcome in societies eager to move past the war. At the same time, liberation sparked acts of solidarity and empathy. Soldiers who had never heard of the final solution before entering the camps often carried with them lifelong commitments to memory and justice. Doctors and nurses devoted themselves to the care of survivors, forming bonds that transcended the divisions of war. Humanitarian organizations like the Joint Distribution Committee and the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRRA, mobilized resources to support displaced persons. These efforts, though imperfect, offered survivors a path toward rebuilding. The collapse of the Nazi regime also reshaped geopolitics. The division of Europe into Soviet and Western spheres of influence created new barriers for survivors seeking freedom of movement. In Soviet-controlled territories, memory of the Holocaust was often suppressed, folded into a broader narrative of wartime suffering without acknowledgement of the specific targeting of Jews. In the West, meanwhile, public awareness grew, but often unevenly, as Cold War concerns soon overshadowed the urgency of remembrance. Liberation was thus both a moment of revelation and the beginning of a long struggle over how the Holocaust would be understood and remembered. For many survivors, liberation was not the end of their ordeal, but the beginning of a new journey. Some emigrated to the United States, Canada, Australia, or Latin America, building new lives while carrying the weight of memory. Others joined the effort to create Israel, seeing in its establishment the ultimate response to the vulnerability that had enabled the final solution. Wherever they went, survivors became living witnesses, their stories shaping the conscience of the post-war world. The collapse of the regime and the liberation of the camps forced humanity to confront its darkest capacities. The images of skeletal survivors, the piles of bodies, the empty barracks, all became symbols etched into global memory. They challenged faith in progress, civilization, and human nature itself. Yet liberation also revealed resilience. The resilience of survivors who rebuilt their lives, of communities that re-emerged from destruction, and of principles of justice that took new shape in the wake of atrocity. As Europe rebuilt, liberation remained a reference point. Each anniversary of Auschwitz's liberation, each photograph revisited, each testimony recorded, reaffirmed the importance of remembrance. The collapse of the Nazi regime ended the machinery of extermination, but it also left behind a warning that such a system, born of hatred and indifference, could arise again if vigilance failed. In this way, the story of liberation and aftermath extends beyond 1945, continuing to resonate in the present. The chapter of liberation closes with paradoxes. It was the end of the final solution, yet the beginning of lifelong mourning. It was the collapse of tyranny, yet the revelation of how far tyranny had gone unchecked. It was freedom, yet a freedom overshadowed by loss. These paradoxes continue to define how history remembers the final solution, not as a closed chapter, but as a wound that shapes humanity's understanding of itself. Chapter 15: Memory and Lessons. The world confronts the past. When the war ended and the camps were liberated, the world faced not only the physical devastation of Europe, but also the challenge of understanding the meaning of the atrocities. The final solution had been more than a wartime crime. It was a rupture in civilization, a moment when the mechanisms of a modern state were used to carry out a genocide with systematic efficiency. In the decades that followed, societies, governments, and individuals grappled with how to remember, how to mourn, and how to learn from a history so shocking that words often failed to achieve first. The immediate concern for survivors was not remembrance, but survival. Food, shelter, and safety were urgent needs, and the traumas of the past often made speaking about experiences unbearable. Many survivors carried with them an overwhelming sense of isolation, convinced that no one who had not lived through the camps could truly understand. This silence was widespread in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Survivors began families, pursued new lives, and often set aside their stories, choosing to focus on rebuilding rather than revisiting unbearable memories. Yet even in those years, efforts to record testimony began. In displaced persons camps, committees encouraged survivors to write down their experiences. Jewish historians such as Emanuel Ringelblum, who had collected documents in the Warsaw Ghetto before being killed, became symbols of the importance of preserving truth against erasure. Small memorials were built at massacre sites across Eastern Europe, often by survivors themselves, to mark places where entire communities had perished. These early efforts, while limited in scale, reflected an awareness that memory would be fragile if not deliberately preserved. The Nuremberg trials also contributed to shaping memory. The public presentation of films showing the liberation of the camps left an indelible impression on global audiences. Court testimonies by survivors provided some of the first widely heard accounts of the genocide. Still, in the years immediately after Nuremberg, the Holocaust was not always central in public consciousness. Many narratives of the war emphasized military victory and national heroism rather than the genocide of the Jews. In the Soviet Union, for example, Jewish suffering was subsumed into a broader narrative of Soviet suffering, erasing the specificity of the final solution. In Western Europe, resistance movements were often highlighted, sometimes at the expense of acknowledging local collaboration. It was not until the 1960s that Holocaust memory began to move into global prominence. A turning point came with the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem in 1961. Unlike Nuremberg, which had focused on Nazi leaders as a group, the Eichmann trial centered on one of the key organizers of the deportations. What made the trial transformative, however, was not only Eichmann's bureaucratic presence, but the voices of more than 100 survivors who testified publicly. For many viewers around the world, this was the first time they heard in detail what life had been like in the ghettos, in the camps, on the trains. Television carried the testimony across continents, making it part of a global conversation. The trial not only exposed Eichmann's role, but gave survivors a central place in shaping memory. From this point forward, the Holocaust became a subject of study in schools, universities, and cultural works. Historians published detailed accounts, often based on archives captured from Nazi offices. Writers and filmmakers explored the human dimension through memoirs, novels, and films. Works like Night by Elie Wiesel, The Diary of Anne Frank, and films such as Holocaust in the 1970s and Schindler's List in the 1990s carried the story into households around the world. The Holocaust became not only a historical event, but a cultural touchstone, a symbol of the dangers of hatred, indifference, and unchecked power. But the expansion of Holocaust memory also raised questions. How should the genocide be represented without diminishing its scale or exploiting its horror? Could works of art ever truly convey the reality of extermination camps? Some survivors worried that fictionalization risked trivializing experiences, while others believed that literature and film were essential to transmitting memory to future generations. This tension between accuracy and accessibility has remained central to discussions about Holocaust representation. Meanwhile, Holocaust education became a cornerstone of efforts to prevent future atrocities. Museums such as Yad Vashem in Jerusalem and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., created spaces for both mourning and learning. Exhibits combined artifacts, shoes, suitcases, hair, documents, with survivor testimony, emphasizing both the personal and the collective dimensions of the genocide. These institutions not only preserved history, but sought to draw lessons about the consequences of prejudice and authoritarianism. At the same time, Holocaust denial emerged as a dangerous countercurrent. From the late 1940s onward, fringe groups attempted to minimize or outright deny the genocide, often motivated by anti-Semitism or political agendas. Survivors and scholars responded by reinforcing the importance of documentation, testimony, and rigorous historical study. Court cases in the 1980s and 1990s, such as the libel trial involving historian Deborah Lipstadt, underscored the ongoing need to defend historical truth. The persistence of denial revealed that memory was not only about mourning the past, but about actively protecting it against distortion. The lessons of the Holocaust also informed broader movements for human rights. The adoption of the Genocide Convention by the United Nations in 1948 was directly influenced by awareness of the final solution. Raphael Lemkin, who coined the term genocide, argued passionately that the Holocaust demonstrated the need for an international legal framework to prevent such crimes in the future. Similarly, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted the same year, reflected a determination that the world should never again allow a regime to strip entire populations of their rights and humanity. In this sense, the Holocaust became not only a subject of remembrance, but a catalyst for building new systems of protection. Memory also had a deeply personal dimension. For survivors, transmitting their stories to children and grandchildren became a central mission. The second generation, the children of survivors, often grew up in homes marked by silence, trauma, or fragments of narrative. As they matured, many took on the responsibility of ensuring that their parents' experiences would not fade into history. By the late 20th century, intergenerational transmission of memory had become a defining feature of Holocaust remembrance. As the decades passed, questions of universality and uniqueness emerged. Was the Holocaust a singular event, unparalleled in history, or should it be seen as part of a wider pattern of genocides? Scholars debated this issue, some emphasizing its unprecedented scope and industrialized methods, while others highlighted parallels with atrocities in Armenia, Cambodia, Rwanda, and beyond. This debate carried implications for education and policy. Whether Holocaust remembrance should focus exclusively on Jewish suffering or also serve as a broader warning against all forms of mass violence. By the dawn of the 21st century, Holocaust memory had become global. Commemorations were held annually on January 27th, the anniversary of Auschwitz's liberation. Survivor testimony was recorded on video, creating archives for future generations. Digital projects allowed students around the world to access documents, diaries, and photographs with a few clicks. Yet the urgency of remembrance grew even stronger as the number of living survivors dwindled. The transition from living memory to historical memory posed new challenges. How to ensure that future generations, without direct contact with survivors, would continue to grasp the reality of the Holocaust. The persistence of anti-Semitism in the modern world has made this question even more pressing. The Holocaust demonstrated the catastrophic consequences of hatred left unchecked. but the prejudices that fueled it did not vanish with 1945. Acts of anti-Semitism, racism, and xenophobia in the present remind societies that memory is not merely about honoring the past. It is about shaping vigilance in the present. In this way, Holocaust remembrance serves as both a warning and a guide, a moral compass pointing toward the dangers of forgetting. The story of memory and lessons is, therefore, not a conclusion to the final solution, but its continuation in another form. The genocide destroyed millions of lives, but it also compelled humanity to ask new questions about morality, justice, and the future. Each memorial, each book, each classroom lesson carries forward the voices of those who perished and those who survived. The memory of the Holocaust does not offer easy answers, but it demands that the world confront the darkest capacities of human society and strive to prevent their return. If the 20th century began with optimism about human progress, the Holocaust shattered the belief that modernity alone could prevent barbarism. Technology, bureaucracy, and science had not stopped mass murder. Instead, they had been turned into instruments of destruction. This contradiction lies at the heart of Holocaust memory. It is not only about what happened, but about how it happened, and what that means for the world we live in today. Point one of the enduring lessons is the fragility of democracy and human rights. In the early 1930s, Germany was a society with universities, newspapers, courts, and a vibrant culture. Yet within a few years, laws stripped Jewish citizens of their rights, and many others stood by in silence or complicity. Remembering the final solution highlights how quickly prejudice, when institutionalized, can destroy the fabric of society. It shows that rights are not permanent. They require constant defense. Another lesson is the danger of indifference. In many occupied territories, local populations saw the ghettos being built, the deportations taking place, the trains departing. Some resisted or tried to help, but many more looked away. Whether from fear, apathy, or hostility, indifference created the conditions in which genocide could unfold with little disruption. Survivors often emphasize this lesson, that silence in the face of injustice is not neutral but enabling. Memory, then, is not only about mourning victims, but about asking individuals today, what will you do if you see hatred around you? In schools around the world, educators grapple with how to teach the Holocaust effectively. The challenge is not simply to convey facts, but to foster empathy and reflection. Some programs bring students to former camps, where the physical reality of barbed wire and barracks makes history tangible. Others use survivor testimony, allowing young people to hear directly from those who endured. Digital archives have expanded access, ensuring that even as the last witnesses pass away, their voices will still be heard. The educational mission is clear. The Holocaust must not fade into abstraction, but remain a lived moral lesson at the same time. Remembrance can take many forms beyond education. Artistic expression, whether through novels, poetry, painting, or film, continues to grapple with the enormity of the genocide. Artists confront the paradox of trying to depict the indescribable. Some choose stark realism, while others embrace symbolism. Both approaches, in different ways, attempt to create spaces where audiences can reflect on loss and resilience. The diversity of expression shows that memory is not fixed but evolves with each generation, adapting to new cultural contexts while holding on to core truths. The global dimension of Holocaust memory has also influenced how societies deal with their own pasts. In South Africa, the Post-Apartheid Truth and Reconciliation Commission drew inspiration from Holocaust testimony. In Rwanda, after the 1994 genocide, Memorials and education programs explicitly reference the Holocaust as a precedent for how remembrance could prevent denial and sustain justice. In this way, the Holocaust has become not only a Jewish tragedy, but a universal framework for thinking about mass violence, responsibility, and healing. Yet universality must be balanced with specificity. The Holocaust was distinct in its scope, targeting an entire people for complete annihilation across an entire continent. Preserving this specificity honors the uniqueness of Jewish suffering and prevents the memory from dissolving into general lessons. At the same time, drawing connections to other atrocities makes the Holocaust relevant beyond history classes, linking it to ongoing struggles against bigotry and authoritarianism. The tension between universal lessons and particular history remains one of the deepest debates in Holocaust memory. Perhaps the most profound lesson lies in the resilience of human dignity. Amid unimaginable conditions, people in ghettos and camps preserved fragments of humanity, sharing food, teaching children, writing diaries, practicing forbidden rituals. These acts of resistance, small though they might seem, affirmed life in the face of destruction. Remembering them challenges the narrative of victimhood alone, reminding us that even under oppression, human beings sought to preserve identity, culture, and hope for the descendants of survivors. Memory is both inheritance and responsibility. Some carry stories told at dinner tables. Others discover them later in archives or testimonies. The third generation, grandchildren of survivors, are now active in projects of remembrance, ensuring continuity as time moves forward. This intergenerational process reflects a central truth. Memory is not static but carried, reshaped, and renewed by each generation. The digital age has opened new horizons and challenges. Virtual reality experiences now allow users to walk through recreated camps. Artificial intelligence can make survivor testimonies interactive, enabling future students to ask questions and hear recorded responses. These innovations offer powerful educational tools, but also raise ethical questions. How do we ensure that memory remains authentic, not entertainment? The responsibility to handle new technologies with care underscores the continuing weight of remembrance in the modern world. The persistence of Holocaust denial and distortion adds urgency to this mission. Conspiracy theories spread easily online, sometimes cloaked in pseudo-scholarship. Combating these requires vigilance, education, and a reaffirmation of historical truth. Survivors often say that telling their stories was not only for themselves, but as a shield against lies. In the absence of living witnesses, that shield must be carried by educators, historians, and citizens who refuse to let denial take root. Looking ahead, the question is not whether the Holocaust will be remembered, but how. Will it remain a living moral lesson, or will it fade into a distant historical episode? The answer depends on choices made now, in classrooms, in public discourse, in families. Memory requires active engagement, to read the testimonies, to visit the memorials, to pause on commemorative days and reflect. Forgetting is always easier than remembering, but forgetting carries its own dangers. The final solution was intended not only to destroy people, but to erase a culture, a history, a memory. Every act of remembrance therefore defies that original intent. Each name spoken, each candle lit, each book read stands against the silence the perpetrators sought. In this sense, memory itself is a form of justice, a way of ensuring that those who perished are not lost to time. Ultimately, the Holocaust compels us to recognize both the depths of cruelty and the heights of resilience within humanity. It shows what can happen when hatred becomes law, when indifference becomes habit, and when violence becomes normal. But it also shows the power of survival, the importance of testimony, and the necessity of justice. The lessons are not abstract. They are urgent, calling on each generation to ask how they will act in the face of prejudice and oppression as the last survivors pass away. The world enters a new phase of remembrance. Memory will be carried not by witnesses, but by those who listen, read, and learn. The responsibility is enormous, but so is the legacy. The Holocaust is not only history, it is a warning and a guide, urging societies to protect human dignity, resist hatred, and safeguard the fragile bonds of humanity. The story of the final solution does not end with the liberation of camps or the fall of the regime. It continues in the work of remembrance, in the commitment to truth, and in the determination to build a world where never again is not only a phrase but a lived reality.